was a really good session. Okay, we're streaming, Z.
Hey. So, back to public forum. People behave.
Hey, are you good to relinquish host and for John Samuel to continue?
Of course,
cool.
Of course.
Well, you keep host for a minute because I'm going to listen and step away for a second. But
Okay.
John Samuel, over to you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, the organizers, for placing this talk just after such a rich and diverse panel. And I'm really, really surprised to hear the stories from different parts of the world, from Ecuador, from Poland, Indonesia, Singapore, Rwanda. And it was really great. And I think the words that they were saying towards the end, the dialogue, the conversation, the inclusion is what we want to include in our spaces. And that's what I'm going to talk about, how we can make the queer faces and voices visible and audible online, and what role Wikipedia and Wikidata can play in this. To the interpreters, please let me know if I'm speaking fastly or not. I'll try to speak I'll try to speak slowly. Okay, so I'm John Samuel, and I am an active contributor on Wikidata. So my talk will be surrounding what I do in Wikidata and Wikidata related projects. I work a lot on modeling queer faces, voices, and topics on Wikidata. And to be frank, I'm also coming from computer science background. So most of my work is in the binary world. So I have to break out of this binary world to open to a large spectrum of values, just like the just like the LGBT community, we are a big spectrum of values. And today my talk will be about the diversity of information that we can represent on Wikidata. We are not fixed to a certain amount of information. We have a vast amount of stories to tell. We are working in different professions. We are working in different contexts. We are living in different countries, and we have numerous stories to tell. And this is what is about, what I'm going to talk today. So as we have heard lots of stories from different people from different parts of the world, so the goal of my talk is about documenting the queer history on Wikimedia projects. So I have tried to simplify my talk saying we have 5 different levels to document stuff, starting with the individuals, then the group of individuals collectively forming groups, these groups forming communities, and communities together, working together in turn to create organizations, and these organizations working towards the advancement of LGBT rights around the world. And this is the different aspects that I'm going to talk about. So what is Wikidata? I think I do not need to give a big talk on this. It's a very interesting project that started in year 2012. It's free, just like Wikipedia, and open. What's more interesting? It's linked, it's structured, it is collaborative, and it's multilingual. And you would say it's Wikipedia is also multilingual, but the next point explains you what makes Wikidata quite interesting. Because if you take Wikipedia, we were on multi-subdomain sites, and now on Wikidata we are on a single site, and we can just share one single link to anybody we want, and we could get the information in our local language. And that's what makes it very, very interesting. So let's say, how can I access Wikipedia or the topics that I want to talk today? So there has been some changes on Wikipedia recently. They have changed the interface. Now, if you go to any Wikipedia article, you have this interface, and on your right-hand side, you have something called tools. And you could see 2 things. One is the Wikidata item, which I've highlighted here in this place. And then you have the Wikimedia Commons. And this is very important for this talk. So if we have to talk about documenting queer history and the colors that we have within the LGBT community, we need to talk about the Wikimedia Commons. Unfortunately, when we think about commons, we think about only images, but Wikimedia Commons do support audio files, do support media files. We do have lots of interviews that have been recorded by the Wikimedia LGBT Plus project, and they are available on Wikimedia Commons. So this is one part, and then you have the Wikipedia articles, which are linked, which takes the data from Wikimedia Commons and share it on Wikipedia, and then all of these Wikipedia articles are structurally linked to Wikidata. So the three way of doing things is very interesting, and if you are part of one community, you can really contribute to the development of the other two, and that's why I put them as a triangle, because you could be part of one community, but still you can contribute a lot to the other communities. So why Wikidata is interesting? As I said, you have the information in multiple languages. You could, I give an example of LGBT, the number Q17884, which has been translated in multiple languages. You have the label, you have the description, you have also some other names, like, for example, as we say, curing Wikipedia, we didn't say LGBTQ, we said curing is an umbrella term. So similar to that idea, we want to say that some certain words could have other meanings. And then you have declaration. And this particular slide, I wanted to share something very interesting. If you see it, I have shared the information in the French language, the declaration, the instance of the nature de l'élément is communauté. So that's what is interesting, because I'm on the same page, but I check the information on the local languages, thanks to the label. So in short, if you want to see how data are represented on Wikidata, it's just a matter of 3 words. What you have a subject, and then you have a property, and then you have a value. So you can say LGBT plus is a community. So is LGBT plus is the subject, is or a nature de l'élément in French is a property, and the value is the community. So you could have values like this. You have language, labels, description, also known as. You could have multiple values, like, for example, people could say LGBT plus is a group, LGBT is a community, or you can have places which have multiple capitals, etc. You can have such cases. And then, for example, don't forget we are in the Wikipedia context, and we need to have references. We cannot simply add information to Wikipedia or Wikidata or Wikimedia Commons without adding any references. And that's why the references to these values are important. So let's start. Now that I have given the underlying principles of Wikidata and Wikipedia and Commons, let's start with what I want to do, how we could document the curing history about individuals. So let's say concerning individuals, I'm highlighting certain aspects that we are currently documenting: the sex or gender, the sexual orientation, the occupation, and personal pronouns. So why it is interesting, you could say, I'm a scientist and I would like to know who are the other scientists around the world or in my country, etc. So these are very, very interesting aspects, and we would like to know about this. For that, I would say, I would start with an example of Sam Smith, who decided to come out as non-binary on 16th March 2019. And as you can see, we have added that information. We said that information, we added the references.
John, can you slow down slightly? Thank you.
Okay, sorry. Thank you. We have added that information, and we also added a lot of references according to this, because Wikidata or Wikipedia is not a place of forcibly making people come out. So this is very important. And another example that I would like to give later is about sexuality, sexual orientation. So Wikidata maintains a big list of genders, and as I'm sharing on this slide, and take an example of, again, the example of Sam Smith, who decided to come out as gay some years back. And here what we are saying, showing is another example how we represent this information with references about the sexuality. So it's not just about one sexuality. You have a spectrum of values for sexual orientations that has been documented by the Wikidata community. Then there goes the personal pronouns. because as we have seen that the discussion just before, in certain places, the discussion on personal pronouns is not very common. But when we document historical information, this type of information are important because certain languages may not have personal pronouns. They are still in binary mode, and we could learn from other languages and how these ideas have been treated in other languages. And here, once again, I'm giving an example of Elliot Page, who decided to say that he prefers the personal pronoun he on 1 December 2020. And once again, it's as I said, we cannot have information forcibly coming out. So here, in case of Sam Smith, we have used the Instagram, their Instagram page to record this particular information. So then the communities are different. You could have ways by which people interact. You need to create spaces. Some people want to sing. Some people want to discuss different stories. So choir is one way to where people group together and share their singing skills. And you also have got the LGBT plus choirs. So let's talk about the communities. Now you have got communities which create lots of different communities, sub-communities, etc. And we are also documenting a number of them, like the Pride flag, the community centers, the prides around the world. So here you go, a certain number of LGBT plus pride. I've just highlighted some of them. There is a big list, and you please consult the Wikidata page that I will share towards the end to see the diversity of pride communities that we are documenting. We have the community centers that play a very big role in helping the community around communities around the world. This will be just the one of the only slide where I will be highlighting a number. I don't want to talk about highlight numbers because it's not something that I want to focalize today. But here I want to show today is a very important day in France. Today is the 10 years of marriage equality in France. It's a big celebration. And I want to show on this slide that it's not that it is easy. This movement started from 1977, and only in 2013 we had the opportunity, we had the possibility to have marriage equality. So the progress is sometimes quite long, but we cannot forget the history behind this progress. And I'm highlighting the history between 1977 and 2022. And these are some of the prides that are held in France, in different cities of France. So let's now move to organizations. We are also documenting different organizations. You may know about various organizations in your cities. We also have archives for example, in Lyon, we have a couple of archives like Mémoire Minoritaire, which try to collect the old magazines, old articles from around the world. And it's interesting because you could see what were the things that were happening maybe 30 years ago when people were still in the closet but wanted to express themselves. And these magazines were playing a very big role. So some of the organizations, let's add some colors. Some of the LGBT plus libraries that we are documenting, that we have documented, some of the archives that we have documented, etc. So now let me wrap up towards the end. Like, let's say we are also documenting different aspects of queer history around the world. We document the progress of LGBT rights. For example, if you take go to the the same-sex marriage equality, we are documented almost 34 countries around the world which has a permit which is allowed same-sex marriage. We are doing that. We are documenting the films, the film festivals, the awareness period, and literature. So this is, you could see that there are numbers that have given on these slides. We are documenting for every country the different progress that has happened with respect to the LGBT plus rights. We are documenting the different films related to LGBT, the film festivals. And last but not the least, today is Idaho Bit. We have talked about the panel just before they talked about the Idaho Bit. And it's great to see that the number of tweets, the number of social media updates that were shared today to create awareness around the world, to explain that this is a day against homophobia, transphobia, biphobia, and this is very important. And then there are places like, for example, UK has the National Coming Out Day. You have Purple Day in Australia. These are all meant to create awareness in schools, at different levels in societies, etc. And these are all lessons that we could learn from each other to improve the conditions of the community in our place. So let me bring back my first slide, one of my first slides, and say you have this upper going slide. So you are starting from individuals to the world. So you may ask, what can create impact? Do individuals create impact, and how can they create impact? So sometimes we would say, okay, sometimes it should be a bottom-up approach, because it should start from the communities, from individuals, to go beyond and share their way of living. But sometimes the approach should come from top-down. We do not know what approach could be taken and what is the best in different places. Sometimes we need to create safe spaces for individuals. So that could be in the form of choirs, that could be in the form of community centers that I have talked about, or that could be form of the pride parades that happens every year. We do not know, but sometimes these things do play an important role to improve the conditions of individuals and or as a community or of the community. But at the same time, on the right-hand side, I'm talking about notability, which is a very touchy topic on Wikimedia or Wikidata. What should we note? Should we document every individual? Should we document every little pride? I do not know. I have got problems when I document prides in different places, or when I document some video games or films or some particular small events. Sometimes there people say this is not notable, but why it's not notable? I do not know, because in small cities, a certain event is a really notable, but should we talk at the national level? Should we talk at the regional level? I do not know. I can't. This is a discussion, as a panel before said. We need to have dialogue on these topics. What is notable? What is not notable? Etc. But sometimes we cannot look at from the top-down approach and say, oh, this is not notable because it's not a big thing at the national levels. We do not need to document it anywhere. But when you talk to individuals, they will say, oh, for me, this person made a big impact, and this person is just known in my own region and not elsewhere. So this is a topic that we need to discuss and we need to reflect upon continuously in our discussion. Just wanted to share that sometimes other external databases, other external websites can play an important role, and which can also help us to decide that something is notable or not. That's why I put this up after my slide on notability. This says that certain topics which many people on the Wikimedia community may say it's not relevant. But then if you have got content shared on Homosaurus or GSSO, or the fandom articles, you could say, oh no, there are people who are talking about these, and let's have a discussion and let's create an article on this in our local language or in a particular place, on Wikidata or on Commons. So this is also very important. So if you know any local database or any national database that we have not yet included in Wikidata, you could tell us and create and help us to document these things and link Wikidata to these external databases. So I'm ending my presentation, something that I heard last year, I think last year during Wikipedia working group. This word is very nice, this bold reward discuss, the BRD contribution cycle. So when you are on Wikipedia or on Wikimedia projects, I would say you need to be bold, because sometimes it's quite difficult. You have to take decisions. Yes, people will come and the people will revert your contributions. You may feel sad, you may feel a bit agitated, but then that's how the process of contribution works. So they will revert it, and then you could discuss with the people, you could discuss with the community why you feel it is important, because I could give a number of examples from my personal contributions on Wikidata where there were reversals, and I had explained why it is important for the community, for the LGBT community, and why it is important for the queer history. So please, I would like to say, conclude my presentation that please, this is very interesting, be bold, revert and discuss. This is a very nice cycle that is often cited in the Wikimedia circle. So if you want to see how you could contribute, we are doing something for the Francophone community. We are trying to do in the next month of June. We are doing a Moad Uliswa LGBTQ Queer History Month in the month of June to allow contributors to translate LGBTQ topics in French, so that we could improve the French language contributions. We could improve the knowledge in the local languages. We have heard the talk by Miguel 2 days before on 14th, Pais del Mes, sorry for my pronunciation, which is doing one language in Spanish and one country at a time. Like every month, they are taking one country and they're translating LQ related content in Spanish language. And that's how they're enriching the Spanish language Wikipedia content. And this is very interesting. So now next month, please, if you are French speaking, or if you could give us certain articles, or if you want to share, please contribute, please come and contribute to the French Wikipedia articles. So I would like to conclude and say there are many things that I said that we are mostly image oriented in Wikipedia and Wikimedia projects, but we have forgotten about oral history. We have forgotten about interviews of people, and this could also be included to improve the Wikimedia content. I've only highlighted certain aspects. This is a lot of other things that I haven't talked about. The awareness months that are often held, the social media tags. This is very interesting because in France, I've seen so many interesting social media tags for encouraging the LGBT community to be free, to be safe, and etc. So this is very nice. I've not talked about it today, but we are documenting them. The idea of notability is really interesting, and we cannot forget about that. There are differences from a top-down approach. You may think something is not notable, but from a bottom-up approach, you may think that you may feel that it's important within my place. I also talked about the role of external identifiers, which play an important role on the information quality, because then you could really say to people who come, oh, this is not something that I invented, this exists in different places. Look at this external website. They are documenting this information, and this is a well-known website. They have their own community, their own internal reviewers. So we could take this information and improve the content on Wikipedia. So if you want to contribute, please take a look at these links. Wikilabs Pride 2023. We have the French Mois de Fierté 2023. We have other links that I have, most of you know. I will share these links. You can use, you can check them later if you want. Some of the references, and there I go. I'm done. Thank you very much for this opportunity, and I'll also giving you an opportunity to hear stories, to listen to stories from around the world during this Curing Wikipedia 2023. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jean Samuel. And if you send us the presentation slides, we can have those translated into Spanish and put them up onto Commons.
Yes, sure.
Next, we have 2 lectures and a conversation. First, a lecture from Narina Shopland. Narina is an author historian specializing in the history of sexual orientation and gender identity. Her book, Forbidden Lives, LGBT Stories from Wales, from Seren Books in 2017, is the first entirely historical book on Welsh queer history. 2020 books, Queering Glamorgan and A Practical Guide to Searching LGBTQIA Historical Records, have become very popular as toolkits to aid people in doing research, and A History of Women in Men's Clothes from Cross-Dressing to Empowerment from Pen and Sword Books in 2021 explores gender fluidity. In 2021, she was commissioned by the Welsh Government to deliver LGBTQ+ training to local libraries, museums and archives in Wales. Shopland also researches and writes on Welsh history, including her book, The Welsh Gold King, The Life of William Pritchard Morgan, and Women in Welsh Coal Mining, Tip Girls at Work in a Men's World of Wales. After Narina, there will be a presentation from myself, Vix Friso, Sophia from Art and Feminism, Kit and Anne, who are joining us. launching the English localization of our guide to Wikipedia and the biographies of LGBTQ+ people. And then we will have a conversation between all of us. As a reminder, in particular, because this section will have some people speaking in Spanish and some people speaking in English, you can choose which audio channel you want to listen to by pressing interpretation down on your screen there and choosing English or Spanish for those languages, or because Zoom is made by Americans who don't remember that lots of people exist, if you want to listen in Turkish, you have to choose Japanese. Narina, over to you.
Thank you very much. And thanks. Great to be here and loved what I've been hearing so far. So yes, Owen mentioned these two books, Forbidden Lives and A History of Women in Men's Clothes. And when I was writing Forbidden Lives in 2017, I was very determined that I wanted all strands to be equally represented, which proved to be more difficult than I had originally thought, particularly with a small country like Wales. And we know that women's history lags a long way behind men's history. And so I was struggling to find people to write about. I particularly wanted to write about people who weren't particularly well known. I didn't want to replicate all the same old famous stories. And so I started devising a extensive methodology, not only for how to look for people in the past, but also to recognize people in the past and to look at how we talk about them, what words and phrases we use in our descriptions. And that eventually yielded about 4,000 articles, most of which I couldn't use for the book, A History of Women in Men's Clothes. About 80% of it went unused. And it goes back to what John Samuel was saying about notability. You know, that we get a lot of very small stories, particularly from the press, and what do we do with them? And so I grouped them all together as themes. So that was what I was looking at, predominantly those untold stories. And I'm sure most of you know, I know this has been covered before in this conference about the Wiki Project Women in Red, and some of the stats about the long way behind women's biographies in the English language, which when Women in Red was set up was at 15.53%. And today is still only under 20%. And if we carry on at the current rate of that, of the number of pages that are going up, it's going to take over 100 years to reach equality. And when you bear in mind men's biographies are still going to go up, it's going to be even longer. And when we look at the pages that have been going up about women, you can see that first spurt when Women in Red started, and then you got that peak for the COVID when people were at home and had more time on their hands. And you see it's going down now, possibly because that original spurt was more famous women who hadn't been included on Wikipedia. So when we talk about those levels taking 100 years or so, it depends what that level is going to end up as. And this has a knock-on effect, because obviously when we're talking about diverse women in terms of sexuality and gender identity and expression, then, you know, we need these pages up. So my appeal really is, if you're holding editathons and all that sort of thing, please do have a look at trying to increase diversity of women on women's pages, because we need those platforms first before we can even get around to talking about terminology. So let's have a look at a few of the pages. This is Frances Power Cobb. Now, she was very well known in the 19th century, and she's got quite a long page because she was very sort of active in women's rights, animals' rights, all sorts of things. And as you know, with Wikipedia, you get the subheadings listed on the left-hand side, and with here you get life, thoughts and ideas and legacies. And it's very briefly, it's mentioned that Frances has a relationship with the Welsh sculptor Mary Lloyd, and just a few bits and pieces about Lloyd's terminology, Frances' terminology referring to Lloyd as husband, wife and dear friend. And then you've got a bit more down the bottom where they retire to Wales, and about Francis's grief over Mary's death. So if we turn to Mary, Mary doesn't have an extensive biography. She wasn't as well known as Francis, and she's only got 2 headings, biography and her relationship with Francis. So part of her is being defined by her relationship with Francis Power Cobbe. And you can see this similar pattern in other biographies. This is Ivan Novello. He was very well known during the late 19th century, early 20th century. He was a writer, singer, actor, a screen idol. And again, we've got the subheadings on the side: early years, composer and actor, musicals, etc. And under the heading of composer and actor, we've got this one comment about the actor Bobby Andrews, who became Novello's life partner. That's it. That's all you get. On the biography of Ivan Novello, who was very well known during his time for being part of a group of men known to be homosexual, that's all you get. But if we turn to Bobby's page, again, as with Mary Lloyd, it's a very short page, and his identity is defined by his personal life with Ivan Novello. So, you know, as I say, on the far side, you can see early life, career, and personal life. That's all that's being discussed. This is Catherine Phillips. She was an Anglo-Welsh poet of the 17th century. And she's very well known and in many ways neglected because of her writing for and about women. And she wrote extensively about same-sex relationships in her poetry. And in this case, we have on the far side, we've got a subheading of her sexuality. So her sexuality is being discussed because it was well known. But then Ivan Novello's sexuality has also been extensively discussed. And we see this in a lot of Wikipedia pages. It seems to be something which is up to the personal writer or editor's interest, whether they add anything about personal life. And we have a variety of subheadings: personal life, marriage and family, marriage and children, relationships. And so it's entirely up to the person who puts these pieces up, whether they include a personal life and somebody's sexuality or gender identity. So maybe this is something that we can look at in going back and expanding pages on Ivan Novello and other people, so that they have a more extensive coverage of their personal life and not just a sort of one throwaway comment. And most of the terminology is, as I'm sure you all know, is modern. All the words and phrases that you're familiar with are predominantly from the late 19th century onwards. And not only is the terms dating back to the late 19th century, but our understanding of those terms has fluctuated widely. The definition of homosexual when it was first coined is different to that of today. And so we have to be aware of this when we are discussing people from the past. And I'm sure you all know about Michel Foucault, the French philosopher. And it was him who coined the famous phrase, the homosexual was now a species, from the late 19th century. When the sexologists were all working, they were looking at sexuality, because prior to that time, the whole idea of relationships between same sex was not seen as part of the person. It was seen as, here, sodomy was a category of forbidden acts. They were things you did. They were forbidden acts. They were aberrations. They were things you were addicted to. And from that, you see, if these are acts, then it's possible to have them cured. And so you get these cure theories, which unfortunately still exist today. And it's Foucault who really starts to look at the homosexual becomes a species, a person. And you can see what he writes here about sexuality being present in him because he was the dominant pronoun at the time for everything. And it becomes part of a person's life. And it's important to remember that there is this sort of dividing line between what went before the 19th century, late 19th century, and the after the late 19th century, where terminology, understanding, and definitions are completely different. And so when we talk about people from the past, when we write about them, we need to be very careful about what we're saying and how we're saying it. This is Wiki's page on Edward II of England, the king. And for a long time, he was known as the gay king. Things have moved on since then because, of course, Edward did have a number of relationships with women and even fathered children with them. And the page starts off well. It's quite cautious. The precise nature of Edward and Gaveston's relationship is uncertain. They may, and it's important to use things like they may, have been friends, lovers, or sworn brothers. Then we run into difficulties. At the bottom, you can see homosexuality was fiercely condemned by the church in the 14th century. Well, it couldn't have been, because homosexuality didn't exist. The word did not exist. The concept of homosexuality did not exist. The correct word is sodomy. And sodomy was a word that could and was used for a variety of different sexual acts. And there are some people who argue, well, if we don't use modern terminology, how is a modern audience going to understand what's being talked about? Well, if we use the words like homosexuality, it's presenting an incorrect picture of what's happening. And therefore it's inaccurate in a historical basis. And there's nothing wrong with using the original words and providing links to other pages or providing explanatory notes that says why we're using these words. And then you see a little bit further down that, again, they're talking about their homosexual relationship. And again, we can't use the word here because we don't know if it was a homosexual relationship, and certainly the concept did not exist then. So in terms of, there's me sitting here saying, no, you can't do this, you can't use those words, you can't use that word. So what do? So most people would immediately go online and say, well, give me all these lists of LGBT terminology that you're on about. And as soon as you do that, you get inundated with these lists of glossaries and everything. Don't use them. These are all modern. These are modern glossary terms. When you're talking about somebody or writing about somebody from the past, these are terms which are modern terms, modern definitions, and they do not come with caveats of use, such as when the date they first started being used, and also the enormous change in definitions. And we know from definitions in the last 10, 20 years, particularly around trans, how quickly terminology can change. So if you're going to use a glossary, you need one that's going to give you accurate timings and descriptions. Now, there is a page on Wikipedia called Terminology of Homosexuality. There isn't one on terminology of sexuality, and there isn't one on terminology of gender fluidity and gender expression. And this page deals predominantly with those we would today regard as gay and lesbian, although it does cover some other sexualities. And it tends to give you an overview of terms of homosexuality. And again, it approaches it from a very modern perspective. In terms of the prescribed usage, there's a lot of discussion about the word in 20th century context, not in the past, about people are uncomfortable with the word homosexual because of its relationship to the pathological state, i.e. the medical state. And then later on the page, we have an earlier history, and we're back to Michel Foucault again, and he talks about his terms of described practices, not identities. And then we go into this little piece at the end about Plato from ancient Greek, and that Plato apparently had 3 definitions of sexual orientations: heterosexuality, male homosexuality, and female homosexuality. Oh no, he didn't. And, you know, those terms did not exist. Those definitions did not exist. And so, you know, we need to go back and look at the things that have been written about LGBTQ plus people from the past. And when I say the past and history is right up to yesterday. So we need to put the correct words in and the correct definitions in. But we need to be able to provide writers with the tools to do that job. This is a free download. You can download it just by Googling Queering Glamorgan Archives. And this is one I co-wrote. And this came out of the back of that Forbidden Lives book, where I was trying to find people from the past who were sort of more lesbian and trans and sexually fluid, rather than, and getting away from that male-dominated narrative. And there's a glossary in the back of this publication, and it looks at a much freer way of talking about people from the past, because people do not speak in glossary speak. We talk about terminology and words lists and glossaries, but people just don't talk like that. Go and read a newspaper article about a story today, read 3 different articles, and they will be written in 3 different ways. And so we have to bear that in mind when a lot of people write in ways that they talk around the subject often. And certainly prior to the mid-20th century, people didn't often write directly about the past. They wrote around the past. So they're using language, phrases like dressed in male attire. Sort of, and in some of the cases, you know, was gallanting a lass. Now, you know, you don't find those sort of phrases in glossaries and terminology lists, but if you put them in search engines trying to find people for the past, you will find them. So Queering Glamorgan looks at a lot of the kind of terminology that is bounded really by your own imagination, and you can extend your search list. The difficulty with glossaries and word lists is when you get to the bottom, you get to as far as Z, where do you go? Once you've run out of a glossary, where do you go? And Queering Glamorgan shows that you can mix and match words and phrases in all sorts of different ways to get results. And as I said, through this methodology, I uncovered in excess of 4,000 articles, at which point I had to stop and go and actually do something else. And that archive is being made available through the Bishopgate Institute. And then on the back of Queering Glamorgan, this book came about, Practical Guide to Searching LGBTQIA Historic Records, because academic publishers don't like pluses in titles. And this expanded the work that I did in Queering Glamorgan. And this basically is a toolkit, and it talks a lot about what words, where they came from, how they came from, the dates, the caveats of use, etc. But it's an academic book and it tends to be expensive. So we do need a terminology list explanation to aid people, not just writing Wikipedia pages, but other pages as well. And certainly I'm talking to people, this conference organizers, about maybe we should look at Wikipedia and start looking at expanding those kind of terminology of sexuality and terminology of gender identity and expression. So that was just a very, very quick whiz through. I could talk for hours on this subject, but I'm not going to bore you. So thank you very much. Thanks. Stop sharing. There we go.
Thank you, Nerina. And Vic, I think you are starting us off.
Yeah, we are starting. So I will switch into Spanish so I can speak Spanish from now on.
A reminder that you can choose your language somewhere down here with the interpretation button.
Yeah, you know, but if I turn into Spanish, I can hear the interpreter as well. Asking, Okay, you are right, but she won't be translated. Yeah, I completely understood it. Thank you very much. Okay, vamos a empezar con la actividad que es contar un poco cómo funcionó el proceso de traducción de la guía de las biografías LGBT. Para eso voy a presentar mi pantalla. Denme un segundo nada más. ¿Se ve correctamente? Bien.
Yes.
Gracias. Esta es una pequeña presentación de un recurso que hicimos con Wikimedia Argentina hace ya un par de años y que fue traducido al inglés luego de un proceso colaborativo conjuntamente con Arte y Feminismo y Wikimedia LGBT. Y en este proyecto también participaron 3 personas que nos ayudaron tanto a escribirlo como a introducir notas que permitieran que esa traducción tuviera un sentido más pleno en inglés. En el proceso de escritura participó Victoria Stefano, una activista travesti de la provincia de Santa Fe, Argentina. Luego hizo una nota Anne Millet, que está aquí entre nosotros, y otra nota Kit Hayam, que van a presentar sus aportes con nosotros. Entonces se trata de un pequeño recurso que lo que busca es ofrecer reflexiones y herramientas para escribir sobre las personas LGBT en la enciclopedia. Esta guía viene de una experiencia que hicimos con Wikimedia Argentina, que se trató de intentar construir conjuntamente con wikimedistas y activistas de la comunidad LGBT, un espacio para escribir sobre la comunidad LGBT en la enciclopedia, y luego lo que hicimos fue construir el recurso a partir de las problemáticas que nos encontramos a lo largo de ese proceso de talleres y de encuentros, y qué estrategias considerábamos que nos servían para esas problemáticas. Me parece importante decir que algunas de las estrategias de las problemáticas resuenan, como es como es esperable, con lo que pasa con las mujeres en la enciclopedia, pero también con lo que pasa con muchas de las comunidades que han sido minorizadas políticamente. Como les comentaba, cuenta con las 3 colaboraciones de estas personas. Les voy a presentar muy brevemente. Victoria Stefano ya les conté, activista travesti. Anne Millet es un activista transmasculino, trabajador social y especialista en salud mental. Anne tiene un libro que se llama Cisexismo y Salud, que lo pueden encontrar y se los recomiendo, de una pequeña editorial de Argentina. Y también está Kit Hayam, que es un escritor e historiador especializado en la historia trans y queer, que también tiene otro libro que es muy recomendable de lectura, que se llama Before We Were Trans. Bueno, después los 3 grupos wikis, Wikimedia LGBT, Arte y Feminismo y Wikimedia Argentina. Anne, te paso la palabra. Para poder hablar en español bien, tendrías que seleccionar el canal de español en el globito de interpretación.
Perfecto, gracias Vix. ¿Se escucha bien? Vamos antes. Sí.
Tiene un poquito de eco, pero sí, habla lento, por favor.
Dale, lento. Bueno, buenos días, buenas tardes, dependiendo de dónde estén. Soy Teresa Millet, y a mí me ocuparon para pensar un poco una nota que cara a la traducción del término travesti, ya que es una categoría muy difundida y utilizada en Latinoamérica, pero que tal vez no tiene una traducción simple y directa al inglés, que era el desafío que teníamos para traducir la guía. Entonces mi propuesta hoy es contarles un poquito brevemente qué dice la nota, por qué es que presenta algunas dificultades esta traducción, para poder reponer el contenido político de la categoría. Los orígenes del término travesti, si bien podemos encontrar en el proceso de colonización de América del Sur, y luego a partir de principios del siglo XX, en procesos de medicalización y medicamentalización sexista. En nuestro continente, hoy en día, el término travesti significa un sinónimo de lucha, de resistencia, de resignificación. Y esto se debe porque durante muchísimo tiempo una mala palabra fue un insulto, fue una forma de despreciar experiencias, existencias, cuerpos. Y a partir de década del 90, comienza en la Argentina un proceso de resignificación del término, ¿no? Que el hecho de tomar insultos y formas de desprecio y convertirlos en nuestras propias categorías identitarias es una estrategia que dentro del colectivo queer conocemos perfectamente, ¿no? Ya decir la palabra queer o gay recuerda esta capacidad que tenemos de resignificar el estigma, digamos, ¿no? A tomar el estigma y convertirlo en otra cosa. En la década del 90 aparece en la Argentina un colectivo de travestis y activistas sueltas también, que empiezan a llamarse a sí mismas travestis, ubicándose dentro del marco de los derechos humanos, de la lucha por los derechos humanos, del reconocimiento de sus identidades. De hecho, hay una entrevista en la televisión en donde Loana Berkins, una travesti muy significativa para el activismo regional e internacional, dice: ser travesti es lo mejor que me pasó en la vida. Imaginen cuando todavía en estas latitudes esa palabra seguía siendo un insulto, que haya una persona que en televisión dijera lo mejor que me pasó en la vida, es una estrategia explícita de reconceptualización. Y este término, esta categoría, nos presentaba algunas dificultades para la traducción, no únicamente por la palabra, ¿no? Porque transvestite en inglés no es exactamente lo mismo que travesti aquí en Argentina, sino además de la cuestión como de la palabra misma, la categoría travesti carga de un contenido político que había que explicar necesariamente. Porque es una categoría que desde la década del 90 se presenta explícitamente por fuera del binario femenino-masculino, fuera del binario varón-mujer. Imagínense, década del 90, en cualquier latitud de este mundo, ubicar una categoría identitaria por fuera del binario era realmente revolucionario. Imaginémonos que hoy en día lo sigue siendo, hace 30 años se iba por fuera de los parámetros sociales. Y además, lo que hacía esta categoría desde ese primer momento era romper la linealidad, genitalidad y identidad de género. Algo que hoy en día podemos tener institucionalizado en nuestras comunidades, podemos reconocerlo como algo que ya tenemos más o menos sabido dentro de la comunidad queer, que una genitalidad no supone una identidad de género. Bueno, en el 90 ya teníamos activistas travestis que venían a cuestionar públicamente esa linealidad sexista, heterosexista y centrada en aspectos biológicos, y que a la vez venía a romper con esta lógica: solamente hay dos formas de vivir, una masculina y una femenina. Y otra característica fundamental para la construcción de la identidad travesti tiene que ver con una lectura de clase. Estamos bastante acostumbrados a que las categorías que construimos para nombrar nuestras identidades de género se reducen al género, ¿no? Yo, por ejemplo, soy una lesbiana trans, ¿no? Hay algo ahí de mi sexualidad, de mi género que aparece, pero yo, nombrándome lesbiana trans, no estoy hablando de mi pertenencia racial, de la clase en la que estoy inserto, de una cuestión geopolítica. Bueno, las trabas, desde el primer momento, reconocen la categoría travesti como una categoría con una crítica de clase. Y vienen a decir que ser travesti no es únicamente correrse del binario varón-mujer, no es únicamente desafiar la linealidad biologicista de la genitalidad y la identidad de género, sino que también es ubicarse en las clases subalternizadas. Y que esto se debe también a su identidad de género. Que el hecho de que ellas fueran pobres estaba ligado al hecho de ser travestis. Porque su pertenencia a la identidad travesti significaba expulsiones temáticas de sus hogares, del sistema educativo, de la sociedad en general. Hay una cita en la nota de la guía de una activista travesti chilena, ya Claudia Rodríguez, que dice: el concepto travesti era como muy marginal, muy relacionado con la delincuencia. Y es que ciertamente era así. Era así porque ahí se produce el círculo vicioso. ¿No? Estas personas expulsadas de sus entornos de cuidado, de crecimiento, de crianza, de educación, se dedican al trabajo sexual no reglamentado, a trabajos por fuera de los márgenes de la sociedad, y entonces son empobrecidas, son experiencias empobrecidas por el sistema heteropatriarcal, cisexista, capitalista, que no va a permitir que esas existencias vengan a cuestionarle cosas tan centrales como el binarismo de género y la linealidad de identidad. Y también en esa época se construye una diferencia entre las personas que se identificaban como mujeres trans y las personas que se identificaban como travestis. Aún siendo hoy una diferencia que ya no tiene sentido, que ya no habita nuestras comunidades, en ese momento presentarse como travesti era no solamente correrse de lo predeterminado, de lo establecido, sino que además era posicionarse en un lugar distinto al de las mujeres trans. Que las mujeres trans a veces eran personas que habían podido conseguir otro trabajo, que estaban en una mejor situación económica, que tal vez podían pagar un alquiler. Entonces el travestismo tenía esta fuerte carga de crítica de clase.
Anne, en breve
Sí.
te voy a pedir que cierres las ideas para que pueda seguir tu compañero Kit. Gracias.
Perfecto, son dos cositas más chiquitas. Una tiene que ver con el paraguas de la categoría trans, como un paraguas para expresar una infinidad de identidades, ¿no? Todo lo que no es cis, muchas veces lo metemos dentro del paraguas trans como una estrategia política para la lucha contra Estados, contra el mercado, contra un montón de estrategias. Esto genera mucha tensión dentro de los colectivos LGBT, porque hay muchas identidades que no nos sentimos identificadas dentro de ese paraguas, hay identidades que nos molesta que no sean nombradas por usar el paraguas trans como algo para englobar todo. Y hay una característica muy particular, que es que el colectivo travesti ha logrado poner sobre la mesa esa tensión y mantener esa tensión constante y presente en documentos oficiales, en documentos como la guía de Wiki, en jornadas internacionales. Entonces, en la Argentina y muchos países del sur global, se habla del movimiento travesti trans, junto. Entonces, lo travesti siempre queda ahí nombrado, nunca termina de ser fagocitado del todo por los trans. Y lo último que quería sumar, antes de cerrar, tiene que ver con el constante movimiento de los términos y de las palabras y las formas de nombrarnos, porque hoy en día no solamente hablamos de travestis para hablar de feminidades, sino que también hablamos de esta travesti Loana Berkis, como la traviarca, hablamos de las travitas para hablar de las trabas niñas, y se está empezando a usar un término que es trabo, que empieza a contemplar las masculinidades trans dentro de esta existencia travesti. Así que nada, también eso es como un aliento a que seguimos construyendo otras formas de existir y otras formas de nombrarnos que sean capaces de compartir nuestras existencias. Muchas gracias por la invitación. Darles un abrazo, está precioso lo que están haciendo, y también avisar que por cuestiones de agenda yo me tengo que ir, pero bueno, agradecerles la propuesta y la invitación.
Muchísimas gracias, Anne, por tu participación y por traernos esa experiencia y por colaborar en la guía también. Gracias. Y por estar acá. Y van a ver que en el chat ya está el enlace a la guía. Voy a invitar a Kit a que se sume para compartir su aporte a este material. Kit, ¿estás en la sala?
I'm here. Yeah, hi. Thank you
Hola.
so much for having me.
The floor is yours.
Vic has explained my background already. I'm a writer and academic specializing in queer and trans history, and I was invited to contribute a historical guide to trans-related terminology in the English-speaking world, which draws on my recent book, Before We Were Trans, which is specifically about people who can't. Sorry, just been asked to slow down by the interpreter. So it draws on my recent book, Before We Were Trans, which is specifically about people who can't be accurately described by modern or Western trans terminology, but who still show us that gender has never been stable or uncontested or tied to the body. And so the guide emphasizes, first of all, that all terminology is an imperfect choice. So there is no neutral or trans-historical term in English for people who have lived and or presented in ways that are perceived to be at odds with the gender they were assigned at birth. And actually, even in that sentence, I have made imperfect choices of terminology. The word gender was not used to refer to maleness and femaleness before the 1950s in English. And the distinction between how people live and how they present was really only entrenched in the 18th or 19th century. The guide also emphasizes that for most of history, there was no clear dividing line between the categories that we now call trans, gay or lesbian, intersex, and gender non-conforming or cross-dressing. So these have always been overlapping concepts, which only now are we starting to attempt to tease out distinct definitions for, and it should be anticipated that that will shift again in the future. So the guide discusses the kind of origins and historical specificity of terms like molly and invert and cross-dresser, and the more recent emergence of transsexual, transvestite, transgender. But it also underlines that, much as Narayana said, those glossary terms are rarely the way that people actually talk. And actually, for most historical periods before the 19th century, English-speaking people have overwhelmingly just chosen the words man and woman to describe themselves. Sometimes they've said, I am both. Sometimes they've used a word that is, as I say, at odds with the gender they were assigned at birth, but overwhelmingly, those have been the words that they've used. There are three key principles that underlie the recommendations in the guide. The first one is that to preserve both ethical and historical standards, so in order to be both historically accurate and to have an ethical relation to the people in the past that we're talking about, it recommends avoiding describing historical individuals using terms that they didn't use to describe themselves. But it recommends applying that principle neutrally. So we are not just talking about avoiding terms like transgender or homosexual. We are also talking about if someone did not describe themselves as a cross-dressing man or a man full stop, it is also potentially historically and ethically problematic to refer to them in those terms. If we have, for example, evidence that a particular individual was assigned male at birth and lived as female, and we don't have any evidence of self-identification for that person, we should avoid both calling them a trans woman and calling them a cross-dressing man, because we don't have evidence that they referred to themselves in either of those ways. I think when we are thinking about how to describe past individuals on their own terms and avoid imposing modern terminology, we are often much quicker to avoid marginalized terms like transgender than we are to avoid non-marginalized terms like man or woman. But actually, those terms are no more inherently objective or neutral than words like transgender. And in fact, they are no more trans-historical either. If you'd asked an individual in the 16th century what they thought a man was, their definition would likely be very different from my own. The second principle is that the guide recommends, again, just as Narina said, describing the behavior of historical individuals rather than the identity. So we might describe someone as living as a man rather than being a man, or as expressing themselves in a gender non-conforming way rather than being a cross-dresser. And then the third principle relates to the point that Narina made about the difficulty of making things clear to modern audiences who might use or expect modern terminology. What I've suggested, and this relates to my own methodological work, is that we might use modern identity terminology to describe historical patterns, but not to describe historical individuals. What I mean by that is we might use the phrase trans history to describe the history of people who've lived or presented in ways that differ from the gender they were assigned at birth, but we might not describe the individuals from that history as trans people unless they use that word about themselves. It's also important to say that those historical patterns might well overlap. So we might describe an individual as evidence of trans history and also of lesbian history, for example. And so that is the approach that the guide takes, referring to historical patterns using modern terminology for the purposes of clarity and for the purpose of drawing a link between modern and historical experiences, but not using modern terminology to refer to historical individuals. I will finish there so that we can move on to further conversation. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, Kit, por tu presentación. Owen, should I give the word to you? Te paso la palabra.
I was going to suggest passing over to Sophia to talk about how we put the guide together. We've all talked a bit much in this slot, so we've only got about 15 minutes before Kit has to have left. Sophia, do you want to talk about how we approached the guide?
Yes, thank you. Can everyone hear me? Wonderful. So my name is Sophia and I work with art and feminism. And basically, art and feminism's role in the English translation of this guide has to do with work we are trying to do as an organization, which is to move away from being so American-centric in the production of all of our guides. As you know, Art and Feminism is a US-based organization, but we're all over the world. And at the moment, much of our training materials start in English, have American references, and then get translated to the rest of the world. And this follows a pattern of sort of colonial knowledge production, which you're very attentively trying to move away from. And so when we first were introduced to the guide in Spanish, when Vic did a short presentation at another wiki event, Kira, who was the executive director at Art and Feminism, and I thought this would be a really amazing project to work on, to move towards translating other materials from other places, other cultures, other languages to English and to these new contexts. So this is work that we have been trying to do as an organization, but also it's very personal, as I am a sociologist who looks a lot at knowledge production and power dynamics. And also because of a tendency for Anglo queers across the world to sort of export their language to the rest of the world and push it as like, these are the most modern, these are the most, politically correct terms that sometimes can have an impact of erasure on the other work and movements, and very much pushing to change the formats and the natural movement of a language of another place. And so we reached out to Vic, who was incredibly receptive to this idea. And the more that we worked on trying to complete this translation, the more we realized we needed to understand more and know more. We really didn't want to take shortcuts and flatten anything out of this. And so that is when the idea to add the appendix, which explained the history of the term travesti, was introduced, so that instead of that term being misunderstood or removed, its entire cultural and historical context could be added, and those reading the guide in English could understand, not only what this term means for Argentinian and other South American queers and trans and travesti people, but also sort of expand their understanding of this entire concept. At which point, I believe Owen made the suggestion that we also add some information about historical uses of words in English, since that's still something that we don't all agree on, even country to country. There's so much that's changing rapidly, and so Kit was kind enough to come in and add all that context that was just introduced. And so basically, it was a project which took much longer than we initially planned for, but that was in order to really keep that richness and that depth. And instead of sort of seeing ourselves as the creators and geniuses behind this knowledge production, we really just wanted to be more like gatherers or shepherds of this information and take the time to talk to as many people as possible, get as many insights as possible, and work in this incredibly collaborative way in the hopes of creating something that had a certain amount of richness and was able to be part of a larger discussion.
Muchas gracias, Sofía, por tu aporte. Owen, te cedo la palabra. ¿Quieres decir algunas cosas? Nos quedan todavía unos minutitos.
I don't think I have a lot more to say that we haven't already said. Like Sophia mentioned, one of the things that's important for the Wikimedia LGBT user group at the moment is to kind of decenter the Anglophone global north in our work, because we're very conscious that across the Wikimedia movement, people who look and sound like me are a lot more prominent than people from like the global majority. So it was important that we take this work from a Spanish language context in the global south and treat that context with respect, and ensure that we didn't kind of apply an Anglophone colonialist veneer on top of that. But I also very much enjoyed the opportunity to have both Anne providing his explanation around the term travesti, to get Kit on board to provide their essay with more context about historical terms in the English language. And generally, we kind of took an attitude that if we weren't sure how to best address something, we just get somebody else who knew better to come and join us. I think I'll stop there so we can have a couple of minutes of conversation. But I'm afraid my promise to Narina that I made a few days ago that we'd be able to spend 20 minutes having a nice conversation between us all. I think we've overblown our time slot a little, so we've only got maybe 5 minutes. Narina, is there something you'd like to kind of start that conversation with?
Have you got another hour?
I'm afraid we don't. I'm afraid Kit, if Kit is still on this call in 10 minutes time, they will have turned into a pumpkin.
No, just generally what people think about, has anybody tried writing Wikipedia pages with sort of having to struggle with terminology?
Z?
I can maybe say something from the point of South Slavic languages. We were really accepting a lot of terms uncritically through very particular discourses very fast from the West once let's say the Iron Curtain broke down, and when we started having civil society, started having not just individuals but like organized LGBTIQ work, and one of those terms, queer, unfortunately in the process got really sanitized. Like, there is no way, at least in my region, to insult anyone using the word queer, and also not to empower them. So the term, when it came from English to South Slavic languages, it was basically thinking very specific discourse, very specific kind of infrastructural reference that was relying on academic language, on NGO, civil society context, and it wouldn't communicate anything to the wider public. It would internally communicate that the person who uses that term is informed and maybe slightly subversive, but it's mostly cultural, theoretical term. So it's also interesting to see how we impoverish the richness of the term by just literally moving it from one context to another without having any kind of adapting in the process. And there were later, very much later, like 20 years later, attempts to use the Slavic language, to use the queer written without Q, with K, as kind of an attempt to make it a little bit more different and a little bit more localized. So that's maybe something interesting to share with Latin American word that also came from this localization of queer. I don't know if that directly corresponds to what you expected, but for me, that's interesting to track what happens to the term once it crosses the language and cultural borders.
We find this quite a lot, certainly with the work that I do in developing terms and phrases. Is you can't translate them to other languages, they don't work. So similar work needs to be done in a variety of languages.
Kit, you mentioned something in the chat a moment ago in the context of gender non-conforming grave goods.
Yeah, that was in response to one person saying that they'd found skeletons that would probably be assigned male at birth, along with female grave goods. And is it useful to sort of colloquially refer to those people as transgender? I think colloquially we can call people what we like, but I would use the term gender non-conforming to describe those people, because that's a description of how they lived rather than imposing an identity term like transgender, which they would not have used themselves. So that would be the perspective I would take on that. I'd be interested to hear others' thoughts as well.
Well, it's something you mentioned in your book a fair amount is talking about people kind of living people having people living a life of trans experience, I think is how you put it. I've definitely messed up the wording there.
Yeah, I use the term trans experience again to make the link between contemporary experiences and past experiences, but it remains important, I think, to talk about people on their own terms, which are really the only accurate terms that we have access to, right?
of course. I feel we should probably wrap up now because your pumpkinness is imminent. But
yeah,
thank you.
unfortunately, I'm running a queer museum event, which I have to get to. So ironic timing. I apologise, but thank you very much for having me.
Thank you very much for joining us, and I'm glad you were able to join us. I know when we were originally scheduling this, we weren't sure whether you'd be able to make it at all. So it's been very good to have you here. Thank you very much, Kit and Narina and Sophia. Obviously, thanks to Vic, but like for everything at the moment, right? And please convey our thanks to Anne. We will take a 5-minute break now rather than the 10 minutes promised in the schedule because I've done a terrible job at keeping everyone running to time today so far. We'll break until 40 minutes past the hour. That's 15:40 UTC, 12:40 in Argentina. And after that, we have a node currently running in Peru. We will ask them to say hi and talk about their node briefly before moving on to the lectures and workshop on gender in Wikidata with Daniele Metilli, followed by Ariel Rodriguez, Crystal Iragi, and Alex Young. So see everyone back here in 5 minutes. welcome back, everybody. I will just wait for a few more screens to reappear so I know people are here. And then I look forward to hearing from everybody in Peru.
Hola, hola, hola. Bueno, bien, sí podemos hablar español, ¿no? Pero, bueno, me parece que sí.
John, perdón, una pregunta. ¿Estás puesto en el canal de español en interpretación? Si haces clic en interpretación, colócate en español para poder hablar en español.
Sí, ahí estamos justamente. Si les parece bien, habíamos pensado en que comience Ken ahora, en 1 minuto, y luego continuaríamos nosotros aquí, ¿vale?
Pero ¿me podrían dar host para poder, co-host para poder convertir pantalla? Quiero presentarles unas fotografías que tenemos por aquí. Aún nada, ahora sí.
Easy.
Chévere, ya está. Bueno, antes que nada, hola, sumapuncha cacho con kunapa, que diría en quechua, ¿no? Kai punchao pino canchismanta rimacusun. Bueno, lo que hemos trabajado desde aquí, desde Perú, en distintas localidades, comunidades, ¿no? En provincia, ¿no? Lima, y bueno, son muchas en realidad, ¿no? Pucallpa, son muchas, ya les vamos a contar. Para empezar, habría que relatar qué es lo que hicimos, ¿no? El año pasado, en el 2022, en junio, hubo una gran marcha a nivel nacional al respecto del movimiento LGBT, ¿no? En este caso, en Lima fue naturalmente el foco más crucial, ¿no? Debido a la cantidad de gente, ¿no? Fue pegó bastante, la verdad, fue mucha gente, más de 10.000 personas. En este caso, lo importante fue, o lo crítico fue que el proyecto se desarrolló con estudiantes sanmarquinos, bueno, estudiantes sanmarquinos y universitarios, ¿no? Se relacionó, se vinculó fuertemente, ¿no? Se entrelazó a la comunidad universitaria con herramientas libres, ¿no? Con Wikimedia especialmente, para justamente desarrollar, ¿no? Las fotos que ven en pantalla son todas elaboradas por estudiantes. Entonces, fue un acercamiento distinto de universitarios, ¿no? Por lo general, entrando a la mayoría de edad, 18 años, 20 años, bueno, personas jóvenes, ¿no? Personas jóvenes que van a tocar muchas veces.
Te interrumpo un segundo para pedirte que hables un poquito más lento, por favor.
Sí.
Gracias.
Entonces, fue prácticamente el primero de muchos, incluyéndome, el primer acercamiento, contacto con la comunidad LGBT y aún más importante con una marcha, ¿no? Con un movimiento masivo, muchas personas, ¿no? En serio, demasiadas personas, toda la Plaza San Martín se llenó. Entonces, esa experiencia fue crucial, primeriza, fue algo trascendental para la vida, no solamente personal de un estudiante, sino académica, ¿no? En tanto, está reconociendo nuevos fenómenos, ya no desde las redes, ya no desde un video, sino desde el sitio, ¿no? In situ. Esta foto está tomada también, ahí están los créditos, ¿no? Todas están liberadas en Wikimedia, ya les pasaré el link después. Entonces, a través de estas experiencias se trabajó distintas capacidades del estudiante, ¿no? Uno, el hecho de relacionarte con las otras personas, ¿no? Porque además de fotografías, también se solicitaron entrevistas, ¿no? Entonces tú con tu grupo, 5 personas por ahí, tenías el objetivo de entrevistar gente, ¿no? Preguntarles, oye, ¿qué significa esta marcha para ti? ¿Cómo lo mejorarías? ¿No? Ya, tú sabes, ese tipo de preguntas. Entonces lo curioso fue justamente hablar, ¿no? O sea, ¿cómo te presentas, no? Hola, yo soy sanmarquino, estoy desarrollando este proyecto, quiero entrevistarte. ¿Aceptas? La mayoría de personas dijeron sí, fueron muy amables, la verdad. Entonces ya fue ese acercamiento distinto, ¿no? Palabra por palabra. Y lo curioso fue también que se llegaron a elaborar aquí vieron la data, ¿no? Curiosos
Vuelvo a pedirte que hables un poquito más lento, parece que hablas muy rápido para la interpretación.
Y justamente aquí está el trabajo que se desarrolló en provincias. Fueron en Lima, Cusco, Abancay, Huaral y Chancay, que son también regiones de por aquí. Acá está en Callao. Entonces fue curioso porque fue a nivel multinacional, ¿no? Fueron varios puntos de concentración en los cuales se desarrolló el trabajo académico, ¿no? Y esto justamente aportó a la Wikimedia en tanto fueron diferentes perspectivas, ¿no? Por ejemplo, en la marcha en Cusco hay una pancarta con inscripciones en quechua, ¿no? Kashkanirajkami, que bueno, no sé qué significa, pero ahí está. Y no solamente eso, ya lo más importante sería recalcar el punto de qué se logró, ¿no? En las entrevistas que se realizaron estuvo incluida unos personajes notables, ¿no? Entre ellos, ahí no está acá. En las entrevistas estaba incluida una congresista de aquí que se llama Susel Paredes. Entonces, al estudiante entrevistarla, se usó mucho la imagen que se hizo para el artículo en Wikimedia, ¿no? Acá debería salir, pero no sale por alguna razón. Entonces, Además de eso, también estuvo la Miss Perú Universo del año pasado, si mal no recuerdo, no recuerdo su nombre, pero estuvo ahí. Entonces, aquí está, la fotografía que se llegó a elaborar se usó no solamente para la Wikimedia en español, para la Wikipedia en español, sino también para otras Wikipedias, ¿no? Entonces, se usó para muchas Wikipedias y fue un contenido esencial que se llegó a elaborar desde la universidad con Wikimedia para justamente liberar el conocimiento en este caso, ¿no? Ese sería que fue lo más notable, ¿no? Además de, acá, una de las fotografías que se llegaron a elaborar durante el proyecto se usó para la Wikipedia en hebreo, ¿no? Eso es muy curioso, ¿no? Cómo puede llegar algo desde aquí, desde Perú, hasta Israel, ¿no? Para elaborar este artículo en hebreo. Ahí está la fotografía, que también fue elaborada por un estudiante en este caso. Y así, ¿no? Aquí hizo, por ejemplo, lo de Susel Paredes, que es una congresista de por aquí. Y también, ¿no? La fotografía que se realizó, se usó, se recortó una parte para poder utilizarla dentro del artículo en Wikipedia, ¿no? Y bueno, exactamente fueron 1310 archivos entre videos, fotografías, que se subieron a la categoría. Ahí lo pueden ver, lo pueden buscar también. Y además de esto fue, ya para cerrar, lo de Wikimap, ¿no? Que se utilizó. En el mapa pueden ver la mitad más o menos de las fotografías, pero vieron más, faltaron georreferenciar, ¿no? Y ya esto explicaba, fue más o menos un contexto al respecto de ya lo que se podría realizar en Pucallpa, ¿no? Desde una perspectiva aún más crítica, una perspectiva aún más enriquecedora al respecto, ¿no? Dado que ya no estamos hablando simplemente de localidades, ¿no? Ciudades así súper urbanizadas, sino ya pueblos indígenas, ¿no? Como veremos en Pucallpa. Y aquí es donde aprovecho para dar pase a Denis y, al profesor y a...
Ya, continúa entonces.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Mi nombre es Denis, soy del pueblo originario Shipibo Conibo, ako yamakiri no kanabo no winabo, y chabiro sirak no nato shaba muñecopino. Es muy interesante y al mismo tiempo es difundir la problemática que tiene en mi comunidad, ya que somos muy vulnerables, somos de la comunidad y no sabemos mucho de nuestros temas, de nuestros derechos. Y ese es un espacio que nos brinda y que de repente nos apoye y en conocer lo que realmente la comunidad LGTB, ¿no? Es muy importante también. He recalcado y esta semana no hemos conocido mucho, ¿no? De la marcha y del acontecimiento y de las oportunidades y sobre todo, ¿no? Saber nuestros derechos en base a esto, ¿no? Wikimedia, un espacio también que en esta hora nos brinda el espacio de poder demostrar las actividades que venimos realizando, sobre todo nuestras artesanías, porque nosotros de las comunidades trabajamos con nuestras artesanías, tenemos esa habilidad de poder difundir y demostrar y sobre todo, ¿no? De ver y visibilizar el trabajo que realizamos en nuestras comunidades.
Perfecto. ¿Quieres agregar algo, John?
Bueno, buenos días. Acá en Perú es buenos días. Lo que quiero agregar es, soy de la comunidad nativa de Santa Rosa de Piricocha. Acá pertenecemos a la comunidad de etnia de Shipibo Conibo. Lo que quiero agregar es las problemáticas que están sucediendo acá en Perú, no solo en Perú, sino en todo el mundo. Las problemáticas que estamos sucediendo acá en Perú son el bullying, ¿cómo puedo decir? El acoso, el rechazo de nuestra familia, de nuestros amigos, de los ciudadanos que viven en las comunidades nativas. A veces no sabemos dónde acudir o dónde ir a buscar apoyos. Es lo que nosotros queremos en las comunidades o en nuestra ciudad.
Perfecto, muchísimas gracias. Yo podría agregar, buenos días, buenas tardes, donde estén. Yo soy Jonathan Rupire, estoy aquí como parte del equipo de Wikimedia Perú. Y en este contexto, las actividades alrededor del query en Wikipedia nos han permitido expresar algunas de las experiencias que ya hemos desarrollado. Como estaba explicando Ken ahora al inicio, quizá muy rápido, en la universidad ya tenemos un trabajo bastante interesante de algunos años que nos ha permitido incluir algunos temas que consideramos importantes en la agenda de investigación de los estudiantes. Desde esa iniciativa, con ese trabajo, Enmarcado en este evento internacional, en esta conferencia internacional, es que hemos podido además acercarnos a una realidad muy importante en el Perú sobre estos temas, que son las que ha explicado Denis y Chamer. Tiene que ver justamente con la doble discriminación que viven los pueblos indígenas, las personas que pertenecen a estos pueblos indígenas y que al mismo tiempo pertenecen a la comunidad LGTBIQ. Entonces, para nosotros, esta ha sido una oportunidad maravillosa para conocernos y después de conocernos ya y de la actividad que hemos desarrollado, también ahora para proyectarnos hacia el futuro. Creemos que juntos podemos desarrollar actividades muy interesantes que contribuyan con la visibilización de los problemas que tenemos en el Perú con respecto a estos temas. Si hubieran preguntas o comentarios, estaremos aquí muy alegres, muy contentos de escucharles.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias. Thank you very much. Voy a pasar al español. Muchas gracias por la presentación. Owen, creo que nos toca continuar con... Bueno, también gracias, es interesante saber lo que están haciendo y saber con lo que están trabajando ustedes. Estamos un poquito justos de tiempo, así que si hay alguna pregunta tendría que ser como muy ahora, aprovechen el instante, y si no vamos a continuar con la agenda y seguimos en contacto ahora charlando con otras cosas. Ojalá puedan quedarse un ratito a compartir.
O se puede hablar en el chat.
Ah, se puede hablar en el chat también. Muy bien, gracias. Bueno, ahí sí veo que compartieron una categoría y les invito a todas las personas aquí presentes a ir a ver el trabajo en imágenes en Commons. Bien, la siguiente persona que vamos a invitar es a Danieli. Danieli, ¿estás por aquí para tomar la palabra? Danieli va a estar presentando sobre Querying Wikidata y trabajando con reflexiones sobre el proyecto de Wikidata que se llama Diversity Project. Te doy la palabra, Danieli.
Thank you. So I'm Daniele Metilli from the Wikidata Gender Diversity Project. Let me just share my screen. Okay.
That's good.
Okay, thank you. I'm Daniele Metilli, and I'm presenting the work of my team, which is composed by Beatrice Meris, Marta Fioravanti, and Chiara Paolini. And the presentation is titled Querying Wikidata, Early Insights from the Wikidata Gender Diversity Project. So what is this project that we are working on? It is a research project that lasts for 1 year and is currently ongoing. It has been funded through the Wikimedia Research Fund, and it started in September 2022 officially. The purpose of the project, the goal of the project, is to look at gender diversity in Wikidata, focusing on marginalized gender identities. So we are not looking just at the gender gap, which is the traditional way of looking at issues around gender in Wikimedia projects, but also we are trying to center marginalized and diverse gender identities instead of just looking at men and women, or cisgender men and women, let's say. Our motivation is that those identities that fall outside the gender binary suffer discrimination and systematic erasure in society, as you know, and of course it is very important that there is a representation in Wikidata, but also that this representation is done in an accurate way that is not exclusionary or that does not erase someone. So, of course, trans people, non-binary people, intersex people, and any kind of gender diversity or sexual diversity is impacted by discrimination and erasure. And we start from some basic facts that are very important to us. We view gender as something that is not binary, that is very complex. It has many aspects that are difficult to represent in a knowledge base, such as Wikidata. And gender diversity is not a recent or new phenomenon. Trans people, non-binary people have existed historically for a very long time. And of course, many of these identities have not been recorded, or there was not a way to describe them, because some, as we discussed previously about terminology, some terms are very recent. The three research questions that we're looking at in Wikidata are, first of all, the model. So this is the center of everything, because Wikidata is a knowledge base. It has a data model or an ontology that describes everything. And this is the question how gender has been represented or is currently represented. Then there is the question of what or who. So the gender data, so we are looking at biographical data, who is represented and what kind of data is represented about them, is modeled about them. Finally, there is a question of why. So why are things done in a certain way? Why have things historically been made in a certain way? And to understand why we are looking at user discussions, because there are a lot of user discussions around gender in Wikidata. So this is what we're focusing on. The outcomes that we want to develop and that we're working on are a timeline of how gender has been modeled since the beginning of Wikidata. There have been some significant changes, and we are tracking them, and we are building this interactive timeline, basically. Then we want to have a dashboard that focuses specifically on gender diverse identities, and that puts a spotlight on these identities and tries to see how, again, what, who, and how they are represented. And finally, we want to build a corpus of user discussions about gender from Wikidata, but only we are focusing only on discussions about gender, and of course not general discussions about other topics. So the timeline is a work in progress, but it is now at an advanced stage of development, because we have identified the main events that have impacted the modeling of gender in Wikidata. So we have a very clear understanding now of what happened at the beginning, especially, but throughout the years. We have tagged, classified, linked the events to each other. And we are now building this interactive timeline that will be published online at the end of the project. Let's now look instead at the model of gender in Wikidata. The main property that represents gender is P21, that connects a person, generally. It can be also applied to, for example, animals, but mostly people, to a gender or one or more genders, which in this case is, in this example, is female, because this is the term that is used for women as a value of P21. It is somewhat ambiguous because it is called sex or gender, and it is not immediately clear if it refers to sex assigned at birth or to gender identity. This ambiguity is something that has confused the users in some cases, and we have reconstructed some instances in which there was a lot of confusion around this. After the property was created at the beginning of the project, at the very beginning of the project, the question was then which values do we use and how do we populate these values? And so the way we have interpreted this time period is that the users at this stage were divided between a group that was very much that cared very much about accuracy, and another group that cared very much about completeness, which can be two measures of quality in the contents of a knowledge base. But you can't have both at the same time. So if you give a gender to every person in the knowledge base, probably some of them will be inaccurate. If you give a gender identity only to those people where, for example, you have reliable sources, then very few people will have a gender identity in Wikidata. So for gender, completeness won, and the users in the beginning decided that they wanted everyone to have a gender. So in 2 years, since the beginning of the project, 95% of people had a gender. But in the first 6 months, 70% already had a gender. So it was done very quickly. And the question that we ask is at what cost? Because of course, when you add so many gender values to a knowledge base, there will be some errors. And there were some early missteps that were based on mistaken assumptions. So the approach was every human must have a sex or gender, but only one. And only one of the allowed values. And the allowed values are only male, female, and intersex. So in the beginning, for example, there was no concept of non-binary, or even the representation of trans people was difficult because there was no understanding of transition, and the users populated these values in several ways. The first way was manual annotation. So just the user that goes to a page and adds the gender for the person manually. And in this case, the gender is checked by the user generally, but they were not, they did not have to necessarily add the source. So still it was possible to do errors, to make mistakes, or even vandalism, of course. But then gender were also imported from Wikipedia, which is not a reliable source. So if you do a mass import of gender from Wikipedia, and Wikipedia is not a reliable source because it is a crowdsourced project, that creates some issues. Gender was also imported from external databases or authority files, which in some cases are reliable and in some cases not. Finally, there were two very problematic approaches. Automatic population of gender from just by looking at the name of the person or at the pronouns of the person, as found in Wikipedia articles. So these two are very problematic because, of course, names in different languages can be masculine, feminine, or neutral, and it is very difficult to understand which is which, and they are not necessarily related to gender identity. Pronouns are also independent in some cases from gender identity. So very problematic. We have reconstructed the taxonomy of gender in Wikidata. This was from last year. There have been a few changes now, but mostly female and male are kept separated from the other identities in the model, probably because they have a dual nature where they are intended as both sex and gender, and while the other are more are classified more as gender identities exclusively. But it is there are some aspects of the model that are confusing. I don't have time now to go into them. Also, non-binary, for example, is considered an umbrella for many kinds of identities that do not necessarily cannot necessarily be considered actually non-binary, at least not with a universal understanding of the concept. So then we have looked. We are looking, of course, at the data. We have 25% women, 74% men in biographical data found in Wikidata. There are only 1,000 non-binary people and 150 intersex people. There are 400 trans men and 16, almost 1,700 trans women, which we include among men and women respectively. Although they are kept separated in the model. Then we have looked more specifically at non-binary identities. They are all under the umbrella of non-binary, but there are these 43 plus, yeah. There are 85 gender fluid, 79 agender, 69 gender queer, etc. 29 two spirit. There are many different identities that are represented. We have looked specifically at non-binary people through time and space to understand, and there are people who are considered non-binary from a long time ago, so this non-binary gender identity has been attributed to some people, to some historical people. Also, they are very much
Daniele, sorry. May you speak a little bit slower, please? Just a little bit.
Oh, yeah, sorry. And they are very much concentrated in the West, although they are found throughout the world as well. When it comes to trans men and women, so trans-binary people, they are described separately from cisgender men and women. The entities used to describe them, so the values of P21 were transgender female and transgender men, transgender male, sorry, should be here. They have been recently relabeled to trans women and trans men, which is more correct in my opinion. But for 2 years, from 2014 to 2016, they were wrongly classified because trans woman was not a subset of women and trans men was not a subset or subclass of men. So a query looking for all women would not find trans women, for example. This is very, very problematic. It was corrected in 2016. We found many instances of dead naming. Sometimes dead names are recorded but kept under tagged with the deprecated value, for example, but still they are present on the page shown. So when the gender identity is changed, there are editors. And then there is, sorry, I'm a bit over time. There is gender properties, which are very important also because The properties such as mother, father, brother, sister, uncle, aunt were all originally gendered and very binary. And some of these have been corrected. For example, brother, sister with sibling. Some of these have not been replaced. So mother, father, it was proposed several times and the proposal was never accepted to replace them with parent, although a parent property was created, but it is not widely used. This is connected to the final point that I want to make, which is about language, because one thing that we have noticed is that the user's understanding of gender is very much related to their language and culture, of course. But for example, when the proposal was made to replace brother, sister with sibling, people from countries such as France or Italy who do not have a term to indicate the sibling in a language, this doesn't work. So to better understand these aspects, linguistic aspects, we have built this corpus of user discussions. And using computational linguistics, we can analyze on a large scale these discussions and do a qualitative and quantitative analysis to understand how the community's understanding of gender has evolved. This is an example about topic modeling, where we have found that some discussion cluster around some specific topics, such as grammatical gender, transgender identities, or gender identities in general. I want to mention that if you're interested in reading more about this, we have our first publication called Non-Binary Gender Representation in Wikidata. It is a book chapter that will be part of this book, Ethics in Linked Data. It has not yet been published, but it is in press. But you can find the paper or the book chapter here at this address. We also got another abstract accepted for another publication in Internet Histories Journal. Next, I just want to mention that we will do several presentations in the next few months about more specific aspects of gender in Wikidata. So I didn't have time to present everything today, but we will in these future conferences in the next few months. We will also have one end of project event in September. So we will invite you there as well. Thank you very much. And of course, if you have any questions, I believe there will be a discussion session later where we can talk about the different aspects of gender in Wikidata. Thank you very much.
Sorry, I'm fighting with a cat on my lap to try and get the link for the pre-recorded video of the next talk. Those links are in chat now. And I'm still fighting with a cat.
I just did it, don't worry. So there goes the pre-recorded video to ethical and inclusive data modeling for gender representation in Wikidata. So you can go either to English or to the Spanish version, and we see each other here after watching the video. Thank you very much, Daniele, for your presentation. It was really great.
Will you be able to stay for the workshop as well, Daniele?
Yes.
Excellent. So we won't be presenting the video over the stream because that works very badly over Zoom. So if you follow the links that are in the chat, and we will see you all back here. It is a 17-minute video. So we will see you all back here in 18 minutes. And welcome back, everybody. While I once again struggle to remember where all the buttons are. So next we have a community engagement strategizing workshop. But what about representation, finding ethical solutions and best practices for gender information in Wikidata? Ariel, over to you. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Sorry, I'm a bit fumbly today. I was telling Owen. Yeah, so this is our, Crystal and I will facilitate a roundtable discussion called, but what about gender representation, finding ethical solutions and best practices in gender information Wikidata. I love it. Okay, I don't know why it was laggy. So my name's Ariel Rodriguez, and my co-facilitator will be Crystal Uragi. We're both from the University of Washington. We wanted to acknowledge Alex Young and Claire Kronk, the Gender and Wikidata group members, and the LD4 Wikidata Affinity group members. So just some norms we wanted to put out there, that this is a gender and sexuality affirming space, and we're not here to debate the existence or validity of identities. So just keep that in mind and help us keep the conversation constructive. To sort of facilitate questions or comments, we ask that you raise your hand or type duck into the chat. Crystal will be keeping track of that, and call on people that want to comment or have questions. And yeah, so, and if somebody's spoken a lot of times, we may reorder the list just to keep it fair for people who have spoken less. And this meeting's obviously being recorded. So just some things we wanted to frame the conversation. Gender across cultures. So Wikidata serves as a global community for users. And Wikidata items represent living people from all over the world, with all sorts of gender identities and lived experiences. Gender is understood and described differently in different cultures and different language groups. So for example, in one culture, it might be considered, safe to infer a person's gender identity based on personal pronouns or given names or other characteristics, but in another, it could potentially cause emotional or physical harm toward the person. Some things we want to be thinking about are, do we trust computers to make these inferences? Do people from one culture have the ability to safely make these inferences about people from other groups? And how can we reconcile these tensions in Wikidata, and can culturally diverse users have all of their needs met in this single platform? And if so, how? Sorry, I'm gonna go back, sorry. Yeah, so I don't know, some questions we can chat, if anybody wants to jump in here and chat about. How do we represent personal information ethically in the open web? Does gender have a place in Wikidata at all? And what are reasons for or against inclusion of this information? And what sort of potential harms can arise from including gender information about living people in Wikidata? And maybe alternatively, what harms can come from leaving gender information out of Wikidata entirely? Anybody wanted to present some thoughts or ideas that they have about how this information may or may not be ethically recorded on a platform such as Wikidata? Yeah, Danielle, am I saying that right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much for the presentation to all of you, Ariel, Crystal, and Alex. It was it was a great presentation, and quite complementary to the work that we are doing, because we haven't been looking much at pronouns yet. So, but when it comes to the representation of gender, I think it is true that the reason why things were done in a certain way is that some users considered making assumptions about or inferences such as if someone is named in a certain way, they are male or they are female. And they considered it safe, as you said in the previous slide. Now, some of this comes from a culture, probably. So in certain cultures, it is more accepted to do things this way. But also, I believe it comes from actually the individual and not just the culture, because even I mean, in cultures in which non-binary identities, for example, or trans identities are more prevalent, still some users, as we have seen in our data in the discussions, were just not aware of the existence of people who were not male or female, or who maybe could transition from a gender identity to another identity. So it's I believe it very much depends on who manages the data in Wikidata, and when the community was small, even if there is a system for consensus, if the consensus is based on the opinion of 5 people, and those 5 people are all cisgender men, then the result you have is not representative of the whole community. So the problem sometimes is about who takes decision, who participates in discussions, etc. Yeah. Okay, I have actually a few other things to say, but if someone else wants to speak, I will say it later.
I think you bring up a good point about the consensus bit. I'm fairly new to this work, but that was one thing, and I think Alex and Crystal, and you can tell me if you disagree or not. I think we're in agreement, though, that the consensus seems to be a maneuver that can steamroll dissenting voices, and can be used and easily manipulated in that sort of way. Which as a policy position is very problematic. Yeah, Owen.
I was just going to say that reminds me of conversations that we've had from the Wikimedia LGBT+ user group in several contexts, including with community resilience and sustainability and trust and safety, about how the on-wiki enforcement processes to handle harassment and abuse are all dependent on functionaries who are elected by consensus by an editor community that is overwhelmingly made of middle-class cis white het men, and so like it is the formal position of the user group that there are no functioning on-wiki processes for abuse and harassment, because like we know that there are ARBCOM members who are, should we say, not the most enlightened on queerphobic harassment, and in particular around our current moral panic around trans people.
it's really unfortunate. And how much it's permeating. Just it's like you would want discussions about gender identity to permeate the popular culture, but in positive ways. And we are seeing this very rapid moral panic all around us. It's really devastating. Anyway, does anybody else have any sort of thoughts? Yeah, Danielle, if you'd like to go in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. No. The thing is, I think if someone wants to do harm, they can do it easily. Yeah. That's the thing, that it is very easy to damage, to do damage, and it is more difficult to repair the damage. So that's a problem. But when it comes to the question whether gender should be represented or not in Wikidata, I mean, I was always fascinated by the different way that gender identity is treated compared to sexual orientation. So in Wikidata, there is a property to record sexual orientation, which is P91, I believe. But it is only used when there are very reliable sources, because in the understanding of the users who created the property, probably, or maybe based on later discussions, it was decided that assigning the wrong sexual orientation to someone is a kind of defamation, while assigning the wrong gender value to someone or gender identity is not. And there has been for many years in Wikidata this assumption or this understanding that is wrong, that gender can be added even without any sources at all, that you just add the value and it is something that is easy, that is trivial, and that's completely wrong. And I don't see much of a difference between assigning a certain gender identity to someone compared to assigning, in Wikidata, to assigning a certain sexual orientation. There should be the same process for both. So the fact that there are no reliable sources for most of gender values in Wikidata is highly problematic, and I think it should be completely rethought, and possibly these values should. But I understand that removing this information, now that most of the people in Wikidata have the gender identity or sex or gender value, let's say, there would be, it probably wouldn't be easy to do now. But yeah, the way that gender is currently represented is not okay, and something needs to be done. Now, I hope that through our project and also other projects that there are now a few projects working on this, including yours, but I hope that some kind of solution can be found that is accepted by the community, but it also guarantees inclusion and fairness. Yeah.
Okay, I saw Crystal and then Miguel. Yeah.
Yeah, I've got two things. First, I wanted to echo what Daniele was saying about some editors viewing adding unreferenced or incorrect sex or gender values to items for humans being viewed as trivial. I had an experience recently where I was trying to block a huge amount of sort of automated jobs that someone had created, where they took someone's label for their first name or their given name and assigned sex or gender, binary sex or gender, female or male, gender values to those people just based on their name. And the conversations that ensued with both the person who had initiated this batch and other unrelated people was, well, we should be bold and we should edit, and then editors will check. But the idea of, 100,000 items being checked afterwards is a little bit ludicrous. Like, nobody has time to check that work. So what's going to happen is people are going to be misgendered, and the initial editor changed their mind and reverted the batches, but there were several people who were very vocal, who wanted those changes to be maintained, because they the margin of error was going to be small. They said, well, it's just a minority of people who are going to be affected. Well, that's not okay, because that minority of people is needs to be protected here. Like, that's the exact issue. So I think these conversations are being had, and policies are potentially being abused because of what Owen pointed out. There's just a bunch of cis het white men who are being very vocal and trying to kind of steamroll the situation. And then I also wanted to point out, Sasha had a chat talking about the presentation, pointing us to the talk page for preferred gender pronoun, and the discussion about preferred versus person in the title really highlights that people may not take adding P21 seriously or add it mindfully. That's true. That discussion page was super enlightening, and really demonstrates the way that folks can be sort of steamrolled and ignored when they bring up ethical issues about gender and Wikidata.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks, Crystal, for your comments. Miguel, it looks like you have your hand up.
Sí, muchas gracias. Yo lo que quería preguntar es qué opináis sobre, digamos, unas formas de ataque o cómo puede existir este vandalismo, como lo veis, en la propiedad P21 cuando se utiliza cambiar de una persona cis, hombre-mujer, a persona trans como forma de vandalismo, porque yo me he encontrado muchas veces, porque tengo una serie tenemos en el Wikiproyecto LGBT una serie de listados automatizados que se actualizan con Listeria, y a veces se van sumando biografías y detectamos que no son de personas trans, sino son de personas cis que les han cambiado la propiedad P21 a persona trans, pero como una forma de vandalismo. Entonces quería saber cuál es vuestra opinión en ese sentido. Y también en la propiedad P1477, nombre de nacimiento, ¿cómo recomendáis o cómo veis la utilización de los nombres muertos, del dead name? Si debemos mantenerlos y añadir como una discontinuidad en el nombre anterior y añadir el nombre nuevo, etcétera. O sea, ¿cómo veis este tema?
Yeah, I can give you my personal feelings on it, and maybe Crystal might want to elaborate. But we'll talk about more sort of the point of this is to crowdsource kinds of best practices that could possibly be implemented. Personally, I don't think the vandalism aspect is right. I don't think we should be misgendering any person. I think by doing that, you open up the okayness to misgender more marginalized communities. And since everybody thinks that, oh, it's happening to cis people, so then that makes it okay to happen to people in marginalized gender identities, right? When we know that they're a minority of people that could actually be more direct, well, not more, but the harm, well, I don't know, I'm gonna use my words carefully. The harm, I think, is, in my opinion, okay, is more real for those in minority gender groups, right? So I think that by allowing for so obviously the vandalism piece is bad, right? But it also makes it seem like this is a level playing field where people will say, well, see, it's happening to cis people too, so what's the big deal? They're being harmed just as much, when the harm is not the same, in my opinion. The dead name aspect, I personally think that we should not be using dead names in any capacity, particularly for living people, unless they have stated that it's okay to have referred to me in a past tense that way. But I don't know, Crystal, do you have any like thoughts or elaborations on that?
I agree with what you said. I think that vandalism is a problem sort of across Wikidata, but when it affects somebody who is part of a marginalized group versus affecting somebody who's part of a privileged group, there's a big harm difference there.
Yeah, Daniele.
Yeah, I agree very much about the vandalism. I don't think that yeah, I think that it can affect of course marginalized people more than but when it comes to the dead naming, I also agree that I think that they should be removed. I think they should be removed, and I understand that some people have objections related to, well, but if someone is looking for this person under that name, it makes it easier to find the entity. But I mean, it's still harmful to do to keep the dead name. Now, in some cases, one thing that has been done is that the statement is marked as deprecated, and it doesn't appear when querying the knowledge base, for example, through the query service, it doesn't appear that name, but still it is present. I think if the preference of the person is that the name should not be there, it should not be there. I don't. But yeah, probably this is not the opinion of the majority of the Wikidata community. Also in Wikipedia, there are still instances of dead naming, and so yeah, as Owen is saying in the chat, some people are comfortable and some are not with having their dead name available. But since we don't know, I mean, since it is not possible to ask the individual people what they prefer, the default should be not to show the dead name without consent. Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that. Okay, I think if anybody doesn't have more to say in these particular, I mean, these questions all kind of meld together, right? But I think we can go forward. So we wanted to talk about like data structure and accuracy also. There's obvious issues with P21 in its ability, in its structure, and both its ability to be accurate. Right, so we have this conflation of sex and gender as a property, well, really sex or gender, but the fact that they're like hanging out together and are two unrelated concepts being congealed into one is obviously problematic, right? And can present accuracy issues. Also, it's strange that it's a property for people and other animals and fictional entities. It seems like we want to disentangle all of those as concepts, particularly when we know that people can experience harm, particularly living people, rather than fictional entities, right? For example, the harm's not going to be felt by a character in a play or a book or something. And then we're thinking about whether this inaccurate or poorly structured data does it cause ethical problems? I'm of the mind that it does. Not even just conceptually, not disentangling all these things, in my opinion at least, makes it, when you put it out then into the public discourse, makes it seem like all of these things are conceptually comparable and the same, and they're not. Yeah, so I don't know if anybody has any thoughts on the data structure and accuracy bit. We can talk more about this when we're thinking about sort of pros, cons about P21 and how maybe we can change how practices are done for it. But I'll give everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If no one else wants to talk, I can.
Yes, no worries.
Sorry, because we have looked at this. My work, my research work is, even before this, it was primarily about data modeling, and through a data model, you can do a lot of harm, because you impose a view of the world on someone, and the data that is put into Wikidata is then reused across many projects, external projects. And if the modeling of gender is done in a certain way, then these other projects or Wikimedia projects or other outside of Wikimedia also will incorporate in some way this view of gender. So the fact that the Wikidata model of gender, looking at the values, but the classes, let's say the classes and the instances that are used to model the different gender identities, the confusion between sex assigned at birth and gender in the property, the confusion between, for example, the fact that why there is a need to have a gender identity called trans man. That's a question, because being trans and being a man are two things. It is not one piece of data. So generally, you would have a property to say if someone is trans or cis, and a separate property to say if someone is a man or a woman, or a non-binary or something else. So the fact that there exists a different gender identity called trans man, called trans woman, and all trans people who identify as men or women are tagged in that way, is already something that, in my opinion, is not correct. Then the taxonomy of non-binary is certainly up for debate, because I believe that not everyone who is who identifies with a certain identity that is under the non-binary umbrella wants also to be considered non-binary. Maybe they just want to have that specific identity and nothing else. But if you have this tree that goes from non-binary to the more specific identities, then you can make some inferences where So there is a lot of complexity there. Some limitations in the comes from the structure and the need to have a structure, but there needs to be a lot more attention on the model that historically has not been done, has not been there. And so, but it is very important in my opinion. Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking about this the other day, and I agree about the whole trans man, for example, like you said, being one data set versus this isn't it's still others in this very strange way that doesn't really congeal to how reality, to me at least, seems. So I agree with your point on that. I think that would be something that I would like to see as adopted as a practice, like a property field to differentiate. If you're trans, cis, and then great, that makes more sense to me. I don't know for other people. But we can go on if we're feeling okay. Yeah, sure. Oh, and you had something to say, sure.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I know I've seen, I don't remember where I saw it, and it might be from U3, but there was a table of the way different people's P21 and other properties had been expressed, and I can't remember who the examples were, but it was something like Kim Petras was down as woman with another property saying that she was trans, whereas somebody else was down as transgender woman. And there's a collection of different ways that that's already being expressed. So partly, obviously, that's a problem for data hygiene, I guess. But also that brings with it the advantage that to an extent we can kind of work out what we think is best in both a data and ethics sense. And then we've got an argument to say, but the data's already inconsistent, so we should standardize it this way, rather than it being that we're trying to move from some hypothetical imagined standardized form that doesn't exist to this better standardized form. It's that, well, actually the data is already disparate and mixed and confused, so we're cleaning it into this better form rather than saying, hey, the way you cis-hets did it's weird, we want to do it this better way, you know?
Yeah, I think I know what you're saying. Yeah, it seems maybe maybe a more justification for something to be done about it, right? Yeah. Cool. Yeah, so we wanted to go over some is that right? Oh, yeah, so we wanted to, so the whole point of this talk was to kind of crowdsource ways people thought about how P21 is currently used now and ways that we might be able to make it better for everyone. Part of the big challenge is that Wikidata is a global community, so linguistics and sociocultural background does matter. So for me, an English speaker, how I conceptualize gender and I might be very different from other cultures, right, and other linguistic backgrounds. And we're trying to figure out if there is a way to make everyone happy, right, where we can maybe have a more uniform, standardized way of recording values in P21 that can respect the linguistic and sociocultural backgrounds of different users, while also mitigating harm towards those in gender diverse communities. So I don't know, does anybody have any thoughts on what they would like to see done about P21? I mean, for example, the biggest thing for one of the biggest things for me is that there's no reference needed for that. So a lot of that time that just becomes an inference based on like name or even just like or pronoun. So those would be maybe some, like, at least for me, one thing that would be a big, at least could maybe affect some sort of changes requiring a reference for P21.
Unless we're running short on time, we actually had 2 activities, one for pros and cons of recording P21 as it exists now, and then a brainstorm. So I don't know if we want to scoot back and list out some of the pros and cons that we've been talking about, or if we want to launch straight into ideas for repairing things.
You've got about 40 minutes left on the schedule.
Oh yeah, let's do our pros and cons activity first.
Sorry, that might have been my fault. I think I scooted too far forward.
To be fair, we're also taking advantage of the fact that we gave huge quantities of time for workshops to slightly recoup some of the overrun from earlier. But yeah, you're due to run until 1:50 Eastern, 10:50 Pacific time. That's 17:50 UTC for those of us in the rest of the world.
I thought someone had their hand up.
It was me, sorry.
Oh, okay. No, it's okay.
No, actually, it was me also.
Oh, yeah, go ahead. D, am I
Yes.
saying? Yeah, cool. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I'm not so enthusiastic over fixing work that was set with different intentions, and maybe I'm more enthusiastic over establishing a new property that would be exactly the opposite and be very precise and be easy to refer to, like, and formulate it as how person identifies, because this is something you can explicitly quote, and this is something that can be modulated during time, because people also identify differently at different times. Then you can have maybe some kind of a timeline, curve, progression, whatever, of what is in that sense a kind of identity articulation. I mean, this is a phenomena that is much discussed in both theory, in psychology, in aesthetic theory, is like this growing out of age. So it would totally make sense that this is a graph in which people can choose to identify differently, rather than assuming that there is like a single identity that's correct and everything before and after is less correct. Yeah, that was my suggestion.
Yeah, I think I understand what you're talking about. I guess my concern might be that okay, so the identity of a person's not stagnant, and it was true in the past at a certain time, but I guess if a person wants to detach from that past identification, that might be where it could be a little bit fuzzy for me. But I don't know if I have clear thoughts on that particular point.
But they can detach from that identity. What is being recorded is what was their articulation at certain point.
Okay, yeah, okay, that makes sense, I think, yeah. Yeah, go ahead, Daniele.
Sorry. But I mean, why do we need to record what was the identity of a person at a certain time? What is the need there? I mean, do we need to do it? I think for most purposes it is sufficient to record only the most recent gender identity and only the gender identity and not the sex assigned at birth, because if we have two properties and one records and we say, oh, the old one refers to the sex, for example, but it actually doesn't. I mean, there is no way of verifying because Wikidata is not able to import the data from like governmental databases where where it is recorded what is the ID, what is on the document of a person, which sex was assigned at birth. I don't think there is a way to have sources for that. Of course, there may be cases in which we have a picture of a document, but what does it matter what was the sex of a person on a document? On the other hand, I mean, the most useful thing, I think, is the gender identity, but the problem with the gender identity is the only source with regard to the gender identity can be the person themselves. And so only if the person has said, I am a man, I am a woman, etc., it is possible to source. But for example, based on the rules around reliable sources, this could also be considered inappropriate because if it is the person themselves saying, I am something, that is a primary source. So you are recording a primary source and not a secondary source. And according to the rules, at least on Wikipedia, that's not the way to do it. It should be someone else who prints somewhere that or publishes somewhere the fact that the person has identified in some way. So it is very complicated to source gender, and I understand why it hasn't been sourced because it is so difficult to do. But still, I believe there is no good reason to keep all the gender values that are not sourced. There should be some source, and the source cannot be Wikipedia, because on Wikipedia, actually the gender is usually not recorded explicitly. I mean, there is no field in the info box that says man, woman, non-binary. Most of these genders were imported from Wikipedia categories that on some Wikipedias are divided by gender. And so that's where it came from.
But I think you are mixing different approaches. I was suggesting to establish a new property, which is only based on what subject can be quoted as self-identifying. So if someone doesn't want to self-identify, of course it doesn't get recorded because there is no source. If no one ever stated, hey, I am this and that, and I feel I used to be that, and yeah, whatever, now I no longer feel I'm something else. So this is a totally different graph of what gets recorded and what is relevant. And I fully agree, it's complicated, but it can be complicated in an explicit way, in being very precise, or it can be complicated because it's fuzzy and unclear. So yeah, my preference is to establish an opposite side, an opposite way, because for some people it's part of identity so strong to identify in public space and so important for their, I don't know, work, activism, whatever, that they do this. And for other people it's totally not. and they will never say it. So why not have the option to do the other way around?
Yeah, I agree very much that it should be precise, but I believe also the old one, I mean, also the old property should be defined more explicitly what it is about, which currently it isn't, because the description of the property is vague. It is different in different languages, for example. So also historically, we have found that historically the name of the property itself was in some languages it was called sex, in some languages it was called gender, and so different people from different coming from different countries, maybe they interpreted it differently. So I think I'm not against defining a new property, but I think still the issues with the old one should be solved in some way.
But maybe some parts are already solved. It's just that they are not so prominent. Sorry for taking so much space in this discussion. But for example, I was doing a workshop called Querying Wikidata, as like a play word in between querying and querying. And I was saying as one of the best examples of negative modeling is exactly saying this person is non-heterosexual. So you choose the level of precision by doing the negative definition. So person is not committing to very specific identity, to very specific sexuality, gender, but because you are non-heterosexuality, I think this is one of the better aspects of it, that one can do negative option. And this is what we are actually missing a lot in Wikidata, not only with this particular property, but with many things. We were discussing, for example, in sustainability group, like how many signatures, how many officials were signing treaties in which they were committing to specific type of environmental levels of protection, and then we accumulate this kind of data, but this data is like really super fluffy PR, because we never track negative values. We never say, okay, they did sign this, but they never delivered it. So it's actually a fake. And this is the problem I have with Wikidata right now. There is so little negative modeling that you can do. And this is a queer issue, because you assume that positive modeling is the norm and not the negative one.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, I think those are interesting thoughts. So I want to kind of bring us back to how P21 currently exists. What do we think some pros and cons about the property as it is are? I mean, we can, for example, we might say that it is beneficial, maybe in some capacity, to have this sort of representation of non-cis, non-het individuals, right? And it does seem that gender identity is a piece of information that people do seek out, particularly about those who are in the public eye, for example. So I don't know, what are some thoughts people have about how it does work, and what maybe is good about it and what maybe is not so great about it?
I think I find it quite difficult to get my head around because I'm very conscious of both the sense of representation and wanting to go, look, people like us, but also like clearly the problematic nature of like attaching a flag to someone saying, hi, you're a queer like us. And so just the combination of like how much evidence do we need to be able to say, yes, this person is this identity in whatever that metric is, combined with like, is it a form of queer erasure? Other how? And it's, yeah, I mean, I was talking in the chat about the property value, non-heterosexuality. I've got the ID in front of me, Q339014. And I only know it exists because I labeled somebody as queer, matching with what they'd just come out as queer, using that word as their self-identity. And someone who, surprise, surprise, a cishet white guy, was like, no, that's not a valid label value. You have to put non-heterosexuality and say expressed as queer. And I'm like, dude, really? But sorry, that was much less coherent than I thought it was when I unmuted.
No, I think that makes sense. And what you're saying reflects like how people actually use language versus how they don't, right? It's like such a strange way to put that.
I mean, the explicit point that Lucy and I were discussing in the chat is that like non-heterosexuality is like saying, yes, that person, they're non-white. And like, we all know that that's a problematic framing, right? Like, whereas non-heterosexuality is something that we blink about less. And
yeah.
From my perspective, it's like, sure, if that's the acceptable compromise, then fine, I can live with it. But
yeah. And so far, like cons we've discussed are like unsourced gender statements that can misgender people, lack of evidence attaching to identities rather than people allowing to be self-identified. Daniela, go ahead.
Yeah, but I mean, I see that I think it will be it's problematic to say non-heterosexual because it basically says that heterosexual is the default and everything else is non-heterosexual. It's outside of the norm. I mean, so for example, but the whole idea of having values that are allowed and not allowed with regard to identity of people is problematic in my opinion, where you say P21 can only have these values. And the way it was started, it could only have very limited, very few values. And then they started adding values, okay? And someone came up but this person identifies differently and they added another value to the constraints. And now it has, I don't know, a few dozen values, but still, for example, I'm non-binary, I'm also queer. So I would have no objection to being described as queer as my gender identity. I don't see why, I mean, there should be a rule that says no, queer is not an accepted value and you have to do it differently. I wouldn't like being described as also queer can refer to both sexual orientation and yeah, it's a complex term, but I don't see why, I mean, it should not be allowed. It seems to me that people are trying to police other people's identities. So it's not good.
yeah, the allowance for some, it takes away the ability to self-identify if you have some external person saying, well, that's not allowed, right? Which is one of the sort of cons, right, that we see, is that there's this want to police. Well, we have to, in wanting to, I don't know, even though the data itself is inconsistent, there seems to be this want for some consistent inconsistency where there's allowances made for particular identities rather than others, even if the person self-identifies as one that's not allowed.
It's almost as though, like, people who've never questioned their gender or sexuality seem to think that these things aren't some big messy spectrum, and that maybe humans do fit into nice, neat boxes.
Yeah. I don't know, does anybody else have some thoughts about what's done now? What are the benefits, non-benefits of? Okay, I think that was in the chat. Oh yeah, Crystal's tracking the notes from the activities. I messed up on the view, so you can't see her live doing it. My apologies. I'm, like I said, very fumbly today.
If it's a Google Sheet, if you just unpresent and present again, it'll update.
Oh, okay. So I just stop sharing and then, yeah, okay. Oh, that's okay. All right, sorry everybody. Oh yeah, that fixes it. Okay, that's better, right? People can see. So yeah, there's more. It seems like there's a lot more cons that people can think of. I think representation's a really like valuable sort of pro to having this information, especially when there are people seeking it. But it may be that this can be done in a different way to mitigate harm. But we can go on to so maybe we can think about ways that we could make P21 better or work better. I don't know, we've talked about some ways to do it. One way could be like requiring some sort of source material. But I don't know if people have other thoughts about how we might go about making this a better working property, or maybe it being a singular property is a problem and it needs to be split out into different properties. That's what I think when I think about it. The splitting it out disentangles it conceptually, and also is more accurate, but I don't want to dump that. So anybody has any thoughts on that?
I mean, exactly what you just said. Like, I'm in my day job, I'm a technologist. I don't look at things in the same way as you do as librarians or researchers like that. But like, data modeling is a concept I'm used to in building tech solutions. And well, like, the starting point is, what are we trying to store in here? And its name in English is sex or gender, like, immediately tells us, well, which one? Like, what are you trying to put in this field? Because at the moment it sounds like several things.
Yeah, Daniele.
Yeah, I think that one reason that originally it was not called sex or gender, but I think it was changed at some point because, and if I remember correctly, the discussion was because they wanted to include gender identities, but they wanted also to have the flexibility, let's say, to record that the sex assigned at birth were available. So, and they thought the two things should be conflated maybe because of a lack of understanding, but maybe also for practical reasons, because it would be more difficult to have two different properties and then manage them and understand when one value goes here and when it goes there. Also because if you don't have proper sources, it is difficult to know where it comes from. So yeah, I'm not against, for example, deciding P21 only applies to sex or only applies to gender identity. I see, but I think from a practical point of view, my preference would be that there should be one property for gender identity, and it should only record gender identity, because then it is more it is more open. Let's say if you have a property that is only for sex, I see a risk there, because then people will start adding the sex of everyone, but the sex assigned at birth. Maybe, for example, I wouldn't want my sex assigned at birth on my Wikidata item about me. You know, when I have there is a Wikidata item about me because of research that I have published. It was created from because I'm the author of some publication, and originally my gender was recorded as male, as a sex male, but I mean, that's not how I identify. And if you have a property for specifically for sex and only for sex, then people will think, yeah, then it's okay to just add the sex of every person who is trans or non-binary, and we put there the sex assigned at birth. But why should that be there? I don't think it's useful. I think it's harmful to have that.
Yeah, I agree. And I just point out with what Crystal said. It's a violation of privacy.
Yeah.
Right. And consent, right, which are two policies that Wikimedia has on their site. I looked kind of deeply into the policies, and the way they're worded don't have a ton of teeth, it seems like, but they're for things like, for at least for living people, right? Two things that we should be concerned with are their privacy and their consent, right? And P21 violates both of those, probably, unless a person says, yeah, this is what my gender identity is, like the violation occurs like repeatedly, right? And it doesn't, nothing's really done totally about it. But yes, I agree with what you said. I think we can maybe then go on to think about harm reduction. Crystal, do you think? Yeah, okay. So we can so we were coming from this discussion from a harm reduction sort of framework. And these are just some things that we've thought about. Some possibilities that me, Crystal, and Alex have been thinking about were the limit or ban of use of quick statements and bots to add values to P21, and whether or not there should be any exceptions to that. The whole lack of reference, if this policy sort of was changed, what kinds of references would be appropriate? What ways we can give agency back to living people? Is opting in a feasible policy? And are there best practices that can be adopted to mitigate harm done by misgendering or violations of privacy or consent? And how widely can they be adopted, and how accurately could they reflect cultural and linguistically diverse understandings of uses of gender information? Yeah, Danielle, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I have strong opinions about this. I mean, about the bots. I think it should be banned. It should be banned completely. I mean, but it should be banned in a way that can be easily checked, in the sense that I think there should be a technical way to block it. I mean, there should be some way in the software in Wikibase to prevent mass addition of a certain. Of course, sometimes it's not easy to understand if some edit comes from a bot or not. But where there is a way to do so, it should be forbidden to add values of certain properties which contain sensitive data about people through the use of bots. In the beginning, this was done a lot. It was recognized by most people in the community as something bad, I think, and wrong. But still, a few weeks ago, for example, there was another case of someone who added thousands of genders to people. So through, I think it was quick statements or another tool. But it's so easy to do, you know. You just put the list of people and the values, and then the tool does the work. So if it's so easy, people will do it anyway, even if it's so. I think it should be prevented in some stronger way than just saying, yeah, it's not okay, but we will fix it later.
Yeah, I agree. Owen, yeah.
I was going to say on referencing, it's like clearly having references against claims around identities is important and like an easy looking fix, but also like what references count. Like the birth, marriage, death databases in the UK are relatively open access, so it doesn't take much. Like it's relatively easy to look up that I was registered at birth as being male. Like that happens to be congruent with my gender identity, but like for plenty of people that's not, and yet we've still got a state issued document claiming somebody's gender assignment. And like I am very much not wanting to be the person that has to go into a long argument about why this piece of state issued information is not a valid reference for a thing that, like, to people who don't understand queerness, like, well, what? It's a state issued document that says they were born male, like, and like I've been on Wikipedia long enough to know that that's not a conversation I want to be a part of. Nothing good can come of that.
Yeah.
That also brings up another question that we as a working group, Ariel and Alex and I have been struggling with. That's a conversation that none of us want to have, but it seems to be maybe the only way to implement harm reduction or implement changes in Wikidata. We're not 100%, like we have a pretty good idea, semi-clear idea of what changes would be helpful, but a very unclear idea of how to actually implement change in something like P21 on Wikidata without all the changes being reverted. Like how does Wikidata or Wikipedia governance work when it comes to repairing something that's this large? I guess that's a question for this group, because we're librarians with experience in Wikidata, but we're not like the most experienced Wikipedia.
Can I say, so the way that you would propose a change to an existing property, I think if it's a big change, you open a request for comment and propose the change. And then I believe most people will say, because then the problem becomes who actually participates in these discussions about policy. And probably the objection will be that it's difficult to change because there are so many entities with a P21 value that you would have to, it would be a lot of work to change the property in some way. Of course, the idea of defining a new property is easier because you just propose the creation of the property, but some people will say that it's a duplicate of the old one, and unless it is explained in a very clear way what the purpose is, it will probably be rejected, I think. Now, I have seen some previous requests for comment about gender properties, for example, the family properties, brother and sister, etc. And it was difficult to get those approved. It was difficult because people are just not very, they don't like change very much. When there is a certain policy in place, I don't know, I have seen this also in Wikipedia that at some point the community says, well, we have done things this way for a long time, change it, it's difficult to change it, let's keep it like it is. And so I think it should be done in a way that a very good proposal should be made, and very consistent and precise and detailed proposal explaining all the harm, etc. And it should have some backing from both people inside the community and people outside, such as, for example, people who do research, but also people who are activists. And so if a significant group of people comes together and requests, but just with one proposal and not multiple proposals, to change the current system, I think maybe there is some way to do it. It's just not easy because if it is perceived as coming from outside, it will be rejected. If it is perceived as too difficult to understand or too difficult to implement, or it will be rejected. I mean, most of these requests for comment don't lead to meaningful change. So it's really difficult.
Yeah, and I think it's like a clear example of how the consensus bit gets like manipulated pretty easily, which is really frustrating. I think as a policy, the consensus bit seems to be really hard, like sticky, to figure out a way either out of or around. That of all of the ways to implement, consensus seems to be the hardest to override in a lot of contexts, because it can easily be, you can easily be steamrolled by a consensus of people.
Yeah, or even by no consensus at all. I mean, the threshold for consensus is too high. I mean, if you have 51% of people in favor, it will probably not be approved. So you need a very high threshold for change to happen, while at the beginning of a project, when the community is small, it is much easier to make changes. I mean, I've seen the early discussions about P21 where less than 10 people participating, fewer than 10 people. And when bots were approved, there were discussions with 3-5 votes, I don't know, 6 votes. So, and still the bots were approved. And they added all these gender values, which then so I have quite a negative view of the consensus based system at present. I mean, in the past I didn't. I have come to realize that there are some issues with that. But still, since this is the system in place, and I don't know what the alternative could be, we need to work within the current system if we want to make meaningful change on Wikidata. So, but it's very likely that there will be significant opposition to any change.
We have about a minute left, so I wanted to thank everybody for their thoughts and their participation. This was all really great. If you're interested in doing more work in this and want to connect, these are our emails. As you can see, seems like this is a very heavy lift, so might need like arms to get it done. But this was really insightful, and I appreciate everybody for coming today and sticking around.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. We are a little bit tight with schedule, so I would propose that we do one short intervention instead of full 10-minute break. And it's a creative project that was developed by a few people around Quitting Wikipedia organizers that is using artificial intelligence and maybe in kind of playful, creative way, and could be potentially inspirational for people who have doubts about public domain images and illustration of their LGBTIQ articles. So Pen, if you are around, and Andre, if you are around, it would be great if you could take over. Andre, I think you have co-hosting privilege to share the screen already, no?
Yeah, I'll start sharing.
Super. Great.
Thank you, Z.
You're welcome.
This is, as Z was saying, this is a little bit of a side discussion when we were preparing the conference, and we were thinking about the poetry session that we had on the first day. And I'd seen some AI poetry that was terrible. And I'd seen some images, but I hadn't seen much in the way of really queer images. So this was a challenge that I'll just walk through some nice images with a queer basis for their creation that we made as an entertainment for our conference. So relax for 10 minutes. I'll show you some fun images, and I'll explain a little bit about the challenges that we have with AI, some of which are queer specific challenges as well. The subject was a difficult one because choosing something copyright free is always difficult. What we chose in the end was the story of Bagoas, who was an enslaved person to Alexander the Great. So a bit of a content warning, does include enslaved persons and the subject of eunuchs. But it's not violent, and the images are just pleasant to look at. So we can enjoy looking at the images and have a bit of fun trying to get the AI to describe what's going on. The images were created by Midjourney, and there's text, some text, a small amount I'll read out, the time that we have, was created by Google Bard. And for a bit of fun, because Bard is named after William Shakespeare, I asked for it to be in iambic pentameter, which it didn't really do very well. These images and the associated text in the form of this presentation is on Wikimedia Commons, and there's a video presentation there doing the same thing as this discussion here. Okay, if we go to slide 3, and we'll start. So I'll present each slide and a bit of text from Google Bard. The battle raged, the dust clouds rose, the clash of steel and screams of foes filled Bagoas's ears as he did hide behind a rock, his father's pride. Next slide. Bagoas was a young man whose beauty was known far and wide. He was purchased as a slave by a wealthy jeweler named Hymenaeus. One day, King Darius of Persia passed through the city. He was so impressed by Bagoas's work, he decided to purchase him. Next slide. A jewel trader from Caria came to court with a boy of beauty, fair and young and bright. The boy was Bagoas, and the trader sold him to the king for a price that was quite high. The king was so fond of Bagoas that he gave him many gifts and made him his advisor. Bagoas was a wise and cunning man, and he helped the king to rule his kingdom well. Next. I watched in horror as Babylon fell. The Macedonians, they sacked the city well. The streets were filled with smoke and screams, and the sound of gunfire echoed in my dreams. Darius fled, and I knew it was not long before Alexander would be on his song. He was a ruthless conqueror, and he would stop at nothing to win. Next one. I was a eunuch, a slave, yet I was Alexander's favorite. He saw something in me, a talent for dance, a gift for pleasure. He had me trained in the arts of courtiership, how to make friends, how to get what I wanted. I quickly rose to power, becoming the most influential man in the court. Next. But I knew my place. I was not Alexander's lover. That role was reserved for Hephaestion, but I was content with what I had. I loved Alexander, and he loved me in return. Next. Alexander rode for days, never stopping to rest. He was determined to be with Hephaestion, no matter what it took. Alexander fell to his knees beside Hephaestion. He took his friend's hand and held it tightly. He couldn't believe that Hephaestion was gone. Bagoas, the boy with the darkest curls, had captured Alexander's heart. He was kind and gentle, and Alexander was drawn to him. They spent their days together, talking and laughing, and Alexander's love for Bagoas grew. Next slide. Alexander the Great lay dying, his body ravaged by illness and pain. He had conquered much of the known world, but now his time was coming to an end. After Alexander's death, Bagoas continued to serve in the court. He quickly rose to power, and he soon became one of the most influential men in the Macedonian Empire. Okay, next slide then. That's our pictures, and the text by Google Bard was amusing but quite inaccurate. So I sort of didn't put that, should have mentioned that at the beginning. This isn't historically accurate. And there's a few, this is in these appendices, there's a couple of examples that you can visit on the presentation on Commons. One of the experiments we tried was getting Google Bard to write mid-journey prompts, which some people have had some success with, but I didn't find it in the least bit helpful. When you write a very long mid-journey query or prompt, it tends to ignore most of it. I'll go to the next slide. Yes, this is an illustration showing the problem that we had with trying to illustrate the story of Bagoas, which is 300 BCE period. And when you put the date into Midjourney, the AI tends to give you biblical style Jesus-like images, which is a bit frustrating when you're not really illustrating that. Next slide. And just like AIs have had for quite a long time now, there are problems with not so much people's hands, as we saw like a year ago with AI, but at the moment, Midjourney still struggles with complicated pictures. And here we can see that on the picture on the right, the horse, there's the black horse with apparently two heads. And if you're observant, the horse on the left has a leg in the middle of its body, which doesn't really make much sense. So the AIs are not very accurate, even when you've got strong imagery behind it, because these historical periods do have a lot of public domain paintings that I presume the AI is building on. Next slide. And this is a recommended technique that seemed to work okay, and that is to have a character image that you draw in to generate your illustrations. So here the character of Bagoas is based upon the Caravaggio painting, and the image on the left is the one actually used for the Bagoas illustrations, which gave some consistency for a dark-haired Persian, roughly Persian-looking man. And strangely enough, historically, Bagoas probably would have been quite pale, because that was considered a desirable attribute of beauty at the time. Next slide. Yeah, there's an example of the actual prompt. I won't dwell on it too much. You can play with these yourselves. You can use Midjourney as a free trial if you want to have a go. And the last slide. This is the problem that we have with queer illustration. I think this is the central problem that might stop us from creating lots of interesting illustrations, is if you say, you know, homosexual or quite a lot that's gay related, it will accept LGBTQ and pride flag and those sorts of words. But homosexuality, you know, lesbians, and gay related language like twink, things like that would potentially cause the AI to trigger its moderation. And in fact, I'm still not clear what was being moderated in this prompt, apart from that the paragraph does have Bagoas as a teenager and the word love is mentioned. So it could be that combination is what it's objecting to. It did eventually generate the holding hands image. I had to play around with it quite a bit to get it to work. Strangely enough, if you use the input images correctly, you can pretty much get around the censorship thing, but it's a hassle. And if we go back to slide 9, can you do that, Andre? That's challenging, Andre. I did try a few non-period parts of the images. Midjourney struggles with complexity. So here it has focused on the central figure, but there is supposed to be an army behind Alexander as he famously crosses the world to be with Hephaestion. And it just hasn't really come off. It's an interesting image. And actually, for the most part, Midjourney will give you interesting images, but if you go expecting to create something specific, it won't really work out. Okay, does anybody have any questions or things to say?
If there are no immediate questions, maybe we can just direct people to use Telegram to keep in touch. In our group, there is a section for creative work, and they're welcome to share and ask questions in few more days before we close the group with the event.
So we've also been playing around a little bit with mascot images. They're quite amusing. Those are also on Commons using Midjourney. And I think there is potentially a role for Midjourney in creating our queer-related content that is definitely public domain. And it's definitely a good experiment that's worth playing with again.
I have a question.
Well,
do you hear me? Do you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So as far as the licensing behind these images, what have you found from kind of investigating posting images made from AI on Wikimedia Commons?
Right. On Commons, I have been challenged in actually sharing the prompts to create the image, and the feeling on Commons seems to be that we're at a very early stage of understanding the nature of copyright with these images. But legally speaking, the terms that you join the site on or pay for a subscription are quite clear. The generating systems retain no copyright over the results. And also neither do you as the prompt engineer, strangely enough. You could publish them under whatever copyright you want, but the systems themselves can republish them and share them as they do for Midjourney on Discord. The same goes with the text from Google Bard. There is no copyright associated with it, and that's the general advice, I think, but that may change in the future. So it's something to keep an eye on as copyright evolves. And certainly I'm aware that in America, this is very much under current discussion. It could be that copyright is the avenue they use to control artificial intelligence generated products generally.
Okay, now we are really busting our time to maximum. I would just hand over to Andre to introduce our next speaker, because we are going with native Portuguese for change.
Oi, gente. Então, agora nós vamos ter uma apresentação com a Bruna. Ela vai falar um pouco sobre a história e o desenvolvimento do projeto Mais Teoria da História na Wiki, que é um projeto de história pública com foco na ampliação do debate sobre temas relacionados aos estudos de gênero, de sexualidade, de raça e as epistemologias do Sul global. O projeto é desenvolvido com várias atividades, como webinar, minicurso virtual, concursos, oficinas, editatonas e oficinas para grupos. Bruna, muito obrigado por ter aceitado o convite e é isso, você pode começar a sua apresentação.
Thanks, Andre. I'm actually going to speak in English, but my English is not really good, so I'm gonna apologize in advance if I say something wrong or if you guys can understand what I say.
Just
Sorry.
to interrupt you, you are welcome to speak in Portuguese. We have interpretation from Portuguese to Spanish.
Sorry, but
Portuguese to English.
I actually printed my presentation in English.
Whichever
Is
you
there a
prefer.
problem?
Whichever you prefer.
Sorry. So I don't know. I have to share my screen, my presentation. How can I do it? I am not very familiar with Zoom. Sorry.
You should have access in the middle of your toolbar. There should be a green button marked share screen.
Share screen. Yeah. Okay. Do you guys see it? Yeah?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. I actually planned it, so I'm gonna read it, but I swear I'm gonna try to go slow. So I know it's not the best road when someone reading the presentation, but yeah. So hi everyone, it's a great pleasure for me to be here today. Thank you all for having me. My name is Bruna Grando. I am a Brazilian cisgender bisexual woman from the global south. I study history, and I'm a part of an amazing team that since 2022 has been working to make Wikipedia and other open access projects more diverse, inclusive, and equitable spaces.
Bruna?
First of all, sorry.
Just one little interruption. Interpreters are a little bit tired, and this has been a long conference. Can you please speak a little bit slow so they can do their work? Thank you.
Of course. First of all, I'd like to share some personal experience with you. Almost finishing a history major, one of the discussions that I particularly enjoy is the indisciplination of the canon one. But what's that? Well, in historical science, and I dare to say in any of the sciences, the canon is a very well-defined person. It's the white male, after cisgender and heterosexual from the best universities of the global north. So it really isn't so surprising that the consolidated historical narratives present a lot of gaps and biases. In fact, it comes from the experience of the canon is not universal. In fact, it comes from a very specific place, which generally does not include women, non-white people, dissident sexualities, and epistemologies of the South. The project My História de História na Wiki, or in English, My Theory of History on Wiki, arose from this perception. There, in historiography, many subjects and ways of seeing the world were marginalized and made invisible for a long, long time. This marginalization and invisibilization is not restricted to the writing of history, but also extends to the digital world and consequently the largest and most accessed virtual encyclopedia in the world, Wikipedia, as well as its sister projects. To indisciplinate the canon is nothing more than breaking out of a bubble of a knowledge production super localized in the physical and social space about very selected experiences and go beyond. But how? In 2022, 4 people who already knew and were editors on the Wiki universe came together and decided to create a project to act on it. So these people here, Professor Fabio Varela, and the 3 students, Igor, Sara, and Daniele, created the Project More, an independent initiative financed by the Wikimedia Foundation. Are you listening? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Throughout 2022, the project sought to encourage volunteers from all over the Portuguese-speaking world to edit content on gender, sexuality, race, and epistemologies of the South in 4 projects: Wikipedia, Wikidata, Wikiquote, and Wikimedia Commons. For that, we promoted 4 thematic events and 2 wiki contests. But of course, we are here to talk about initiatives that focus on the queer community. So let's move into that. During June 2022, in line with the Global Pride Month initiatives, we promoted mais LGBTQIAP+, em Teoria de História na Wiki, or more LGBTQIA+ in Theory of History on Wiki. The main objective...
I need you to speak a little bit slower.
A little bit slower, okay.
Thank you.
Okay. The main objective of this thematic event was to ampliate and to improve the coverage on LGBTQ+ students topics, biographies of people that identifies with dissident sexual orientations and/or gender identities, in the 4 Wikimedia projects I previously mentioned, as well as encourage the people in the community to participate in this goal. To achieve it, we elaborated a series of strategies on and off a week. So, among other things, we hosted an open webinar with 2 guest speakers to reflect on the LGBTQ plus gaps in Wikimedia projects and in the theory of history field. We contacted associations, collectives, study groups, and laboratories that could be interested in the initiative and also help us to reach our target audience. We organized ample edit lists and a reward for the participants who edited the most in the event according to categories of edit experience. We made several focused posts on social media. We offered training workshops, and we also kept a WhatsApp group with the participants. In the lack of time to explore all of these strategies, I'd like to focus on the last 2. Vicky, it's all right? Or more slowly? Slow. Okay, let's begin with the workshops. The objective of this activity was to promote a safe learning environment so that the participants could develop their skills in relation to the Wikimedia projects, reflect and express their doubts, learn and dialogue in relation to the theme of the event, as well as being in contact with other members of the Wikimedia community. 7 workshops were organized by the project team. They were divided in categories of experience in the Wikimedia projects. So we had activities for beginners, for intermediate, and for advanced editors. They lasted about an hour and a half and were taught by members of the project teams or guests. Always have 1 person to run the workshop and 1 person to provide technical support and assistance for the participants. Mostly, they took place on Saturday afternoons or on Wednesdays outside of business hours in view of the best times for the highest level of attendance and effective participation of the interested people. One protocol that we started to adopt in this event and had a good result was to invite people registered for the event to the workshops through a formal email sent 3 days before the activity and an invitation on Google Calendar for people to mark whether they would be present or not in the activity. For those who accepted the invitation, we send an individual reminder via email or WhatsApp. In addition, half an hour before each activity, we share the link in our dialogue group. In our assessment, this last action had a positive impact on the average number of participants, since people attended the meeting even without demonstrating prior adherence. And since I mentioned the dialogue group, I would like to share a little bit about this strategy. Already in the first event of 2022, the Mais Mulheres, or More Women, we thought the dialogue group as an open space for discussion and learning about wiki projects in a relaxed way, as well as a way to keep people engaged in the activities of the events and help them if they had any doubts or difficulties in editing, but also in possible conflicts within Wikimedia projects. Joining the group, of course, was the participants' choice. On our event registration form, they could mark whether they would like to participate or not, and then gave us their cell phone number. We had a positive number of subscribers that want to participate in it. It was more than 70% of them. As with the workshops, our goal with the dialogue group was for it to be a safe space where participants could share the experience in the Wiki universe and also count with a support network, strengthening ties between the Portuguese-speaking community interested in specific themes, like in this case, closing the gender and sexuality gaps at Wikipedia, and its sister projects, and so on. In order to achieve this, we established the recommendations and rules for participation on the group, and also planned the calendar of publications focused on interacting, motivating, and giving editing tips. In the initial period of the event, the participants of the group shared a message that indicated excitement to the beginning of the event, and during that month, several doubts were raised in the group, especially on the technical and the editorial nature of Wikipedia and the correct way to establish a dialogue with the on-Wiki community, because the majority of these people come from off the Wiki community. They were entering it. Also, many participants justified their absence from activities through the WhatsApp group, which we interpreted as positive, since the intention of participating was there, and it was important they felt they could share it with us in that specific space. It is important to mention that we could count with the experience of the previously event, our first one ever, the More Women, which established the parameters for us to think about our strategies and what path to take in the more LGBTQIA+. For this, two tools were essential: our evaluation reports and also the feedback form the participants responded at the end of the previous month of visibility. The first one gave us an overview of what we had done that worked, what didn't work, what we could improve, what we shouldn't change, and so on. The second gave us insights about the participants' perception. So we kept using both throughout all 2022, and now we use it too. And in the case of the more LGBTQ+, the feedbacks were really good. One participant shared that the workshop encouraged them to do their first edit in none of the Wikimedia projects. Another one said, and I'm gonna quote them, "It is comforting to know that there are spaces in which we can see our ideas and values validated." And we also had suggestions. On the participants said that they would like a workshop about how to translate faster and more dynamically in Wikipedia. So in the next event, the more original peoples will introduce the workshop about the translation tool. Approaching the end of my talk, and of course we can't measure the impact of initiative only by numbers, but I'd like to share some of them with you. So in this event, we had 91 subscribers, 33 participants in none or more workshops, and 23 editors that edited content of our edit lists. They added 350,000 bytes to Wikimedia projects, created 42 new articles on Wikipedia, edit other 44 that added information to 2 articles Wikiquote, and to 65 items on Wikidata, and finally uploaded 6 images in Wikimedia Commons. This year, the project will promote another event with a similar scope, the Mais Diversidade, or More Diversity. A lot of things have changed since then. We've learned a lot since last June, but I think the two main changes are this year, it will happen in October as an attempt to spread the initiative a little and not only focus on the Pride Month. And the second one is that now we delimited better the activities. So during this upcoming event, we'll have a webinar and workshops, but we'll also have a wiki contest now with this name, because our competition was not treated as a wiki contest. a presential editathon and also a short course that actually Vicky helped a lot with the short course. And that's it, guys. If you want to know more about our thematic events, our projects, what we have been doing, please follow us on social media, send an email, let's talk, let's share experience. I am so sorry because I talked really fast. I was trying not to, but I kind of lost it. And I don't know, let's continue to indisciplinate the canon of history, of science, of Wikipedia, women, the LGBTQ community, Black, Indigenous people, everybody can produce knowledge. Let's hope it's the open kind of one. So yeah, that's it. I guess
Thank you, Bruna.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for your presentation. And don't worry, we're doing all our best to keep your pace. I just feel like you are full of energy. And we were like a little bit like, oh, this has been a long day. But thank you very much. We could follow. It was okay. Right now, I think we have something else coming over, and we have some Q&A.
Yeah, no, I'm afraid we've run long, so we can't do a Q&A, I'm afraid.
Okay.
But the next session is our last session. It is our closing keynote panel, run by Jenny Olson, who is the Senior Director of Social Media Safety at GLAD, the Gay and Lesbian Alliance Against Defamation. Did I get that right, Jenny?
Yes and no. But I'll just jump in and take over if I may.
Please do, and I'll go and pin your other participants.
Okay, thank you. While you're doing that, I'll jump in. It's a funny thing. Yeah, GLAD used to be called the Gay and Lesbian Alliance Against Defamation, and it's now just GLAD and not the actual acronym, because we are the US-based national LGBTQ media advocacy organization. Yeah, I'm the senior director of our social media safety program, which is our platform accountability initiative. And we work year-round spotlighting issues around kind of safety, privacy, freedom of expression around LGBT social media users on the 5 major platforms: YouTube, TikTok, Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. It's a big job. And our kind of big thing that we do each year is the Social Media Safety Index and Platform Scorecard, where we kind of do a deep dive and evaluation of the platforms and how they're doing on all of those topics. I was going to give a little preview of this year's report, but well, I'll say a little bit about it, but we're in the middle of trying to get it out right now. So yeah, welcome to everybody. And thank you, Owen, and thank you. We're so glad to get the opportunity to be here and talk to folks. So let's see. I want to do little intros briefly. We have 2 panelists and a moderator. I want to introduce, let's see, Kat Lowe is here. Waving at us, Kat. So Kat is the content moderation lead at Medan, specializing in online moderation and harassment. And she leads collaborations with tech, social media, and game companies on platform policy and enforcement, as well as mental health and secondary trauma experienced in the technology space. She's also a research affiliate at UC Irvine. And I'm excited to hear about your work there. And then we have Jelani Drew Davey. You want to wave, Jelani? And Jelani is the director of campaigns at Kairos, where they work to, let me just have these little notes here, working to build power for Black queer communities online and offline, and working at the intersection of racial justice and technology. Jelani, you have this thing in your bio that I just love. It's, I think, like, so much of this work gets so, I don't know, dry and not heart-based. And you have this line where you say, they dream about a world where tech works for all of us. I'm like, yes, I love that. Thank you for that. And then our moderator is Liana Garfield. Like waving to you, who's our social media safety program manager here at GLAD. And they lead our work in focusing on monitoring, documenting, and reporting anti-LGBT hate speech, disinformation, and harassment on the mainstream social media platforms to help build accountability. And having done that myself for a couple of years, can say it's a very difficult job, and yeah, very grateful that they're doing that work. So I was going to give like a little brief kind of thing about our social media safety index, and then we'll hand it over for some discussion, some discussion and stuff. So yeah, like I was saying, kind of the top line is, you know, we work on, so much of our work is around anti-LGBT hate and disinformation, and, you know, monitoring and pressing the platforms to deal with it. It's also always really important to talk about the fact that LGBT folks are also disproportionately impacted by suppression of our speech, legitimate LGBT speech. And so, you know, at the same time that we're asking platforms to mitigate hate content, we're asking them to not, you know, unjustly take down our material, our you know, speech, our expression. So yeah, anti-LGBT hate and harassment and disinformation, AI and algorithms, data privacy. We're kind of looking at, you know, this kind of whole scope of things. And again, you know, mainly focused on the major platforms. And a lot of which, you know, these kinds of things, particularly around content moderation, are obviously relevant and connected to other platforms. And I'm excited to talk a little bit more about that too, with our panelists. So, and I just, on the topic of kind of getting more grounded in an emotional space, I always like to say that, like, I get kind of emotional. We have this little kind of mantra, which is, we all deserve to feel safe on social media, and in the world. But like it's just such an amazing thing to say, right? It's like, wow, yeah. And so that's kind of, you know, really what, you know, underscores all of our work. So and I'm just gonna point to kind of some of the themes of this year's social media safety index, and then we can kind of hand off for some more discussion. But there's kind of the big themes of the year, if you will. How online hate turns into real life violence. How I have my little punchy kind of category or section headlines. Big tech makes big bucks on anti-LGBTQ hate. Thank you for your nodding there, Owen. Understanding anti-LGBTQ conspiracy theories and disinformation. I mean, so much anti-LGBT hate is essentially anti-LGBT disinformation. This is a great one. Tech companies will not police themselves. The time for regulatory oversight of social media platforms is now. So those are, some of our kind of big themes that we're digging into in the 2023 report, which will be out in a few weeks, kind of mid-June. Yeah. So, all right. And I wanted to do I have the right? Yeah. Here's a little URL to the 2022 report. Go read it later because you want to listen to us now. So yeah, and I just want to say, again, as I don't know, I'm just always like, this is for me, my kind of guiding principle is this concept of we all deserve to feel safe on social media. And hope we can kind of touch back on that a bit. And yeah, just want to, I think, hand it off to Liana.
Hey everyone, thank you so much for being here. It's really great to be in this space and talk about all of these important topics. So I guess first I have a question for Jelani. You do so much amazing work at Kairos, and I was wondering if you could tell us a little bit about some projects that you're working on. And we'd especially love to hear about the Facebook logout campaign as an example of strategic advocacy and what you've learned so far from that campaign.
Yeah, thank you all so much. It's nice to see everybody here in the Zoom room from like across the world. Like Jenny said, my name is Jelani, they, them pronouns. I'm based in the US in North Carolina, so East Coast, and I'm director of campaigns at Kairos. Kairos is an organization, a nonprofit that works at the intersection of tech and a lot of other pressing issues. So we always have a racial justice lens, but we also work at the intersection of tech and abortion access, or tech and climate and those sort of things. So, also like being a queer person, working in this space, like I care a lot about the concerns of my community and what that looks like online as well. So, I think when talking about the internet and talking about like LGBT people, it's kind of a double-edged sword maybe, or like it's like two sides of the same coin. The internet is a place where like we find community. So here in this room right now, I know that I definitely had a Tumblr girlfriend in 2012, who was like my long distance love of my life at that point. But it's also a place where I learned like about other trans people and got to know like things about my identity and even be like politicized in a way. And so, there's so much potential on the internet and we have to fight for it. We know queer people are being harassed online. And it's not just an online thing. It kind of here in like the US, it has translated into probably whatever 400 anti-LGBTQ bills at this point in state legislators right now. There is so much to fight against, and a lot of that like fight takes place online. So, I'm sure people on this panel will talk about, what you can do right now in reporting and those sort of things, but I kind of focus on the bigger systemic issues. So this Facebook logout campaign that has been mentioned is one that Kairos ran in 2021. Vlad was a part of this campaign. I'm super happy to have been connected with y'all through it. But this campaign really kicked off right after an insurrection took place at our US state capitol. And shortly after that, there was news around Facebook having let hate groups organize on their platform to be able to go ahead and like act out this violence offline, unchecked. And there was really no one else in the space talking about users at that moment. There was a lot of Facebook campaigns that focused on getting advertisers to pull advertisement dollars. There was other campaigns that were focused on executives and those sort of things. But the missing thing that I saw at that moment was we're not talking about the people who actually make these platforms run. Like it is us who put the content on Facebook or Twitter or YouTube. And so we should be the people who are also being organized against these platforms and for the things that we want. So with that, we kind of took off and ran this Facebook logout campaign. It was a 3-day strike. We organized for about 9 months to have around 45 different partners across the movement. So it wasn't just groups who work on tech. It was GLAAD was a group. We've had groups like Evergreen Action work on climate stuff. We had some folks who worked outside of the US as well. All of these people who cared about technology's impact on their communities and their issues. And in addition to that, we had 50,000 people take the pledge to sign off for 3 days from Facebook and Instagram. So it was this kind of like big strike. During those 3 days, we had a couple of events as well. But I think that it really resulted in giving people, users, us, giving them like the power and the like knowledge that it's not just advertisers and execs. It can also be the users of the platform that push back. It's not the responsibility of the users to like make that change, but there is a power that lies with us. And I think, the last thing I'll add on the Facebook logout campaign before I drop the website in the chat is that, afterwards, I heard a lot from participants and also partners around how they started to think about tech and social media as like a major part of the way that we organize, and not just to the side anymore. Someone from the AFL-CIO said this really great quote around like, we deserve safe and secure channels of our communication. Just like Jenny was saying, we deserve to be safe online. And this disinformation that is like going on online against like our communities is like a place where we need to have like a critical eye, and we need to also organize and fight back. And it can't just be like, oh, that's on social media, that doesn't matter. So that's a little bit about the Facebook logout. Thank you, Owen. That's a little bit about the Facebook logout campaign. And yeah, just happy to be in this conversation and talk more about it.
Thanks, Jelani. So great to have you here. Let's see. I want to ask Kat if you could talk a little bit about, your recent work, your general work in online harassment and content moderation. Also curious if there are things about your research at UC Irvine, relevant to our panel title, Strategies for Advocacy and Activism. It's like such a big topic, but yeah.
Yeah, I think most of the work that I'm doing at Median is pretty relevant right now. And I think I have kind of two types of projects that we're, well, one of them is actually hopefully going to be coming out in June as a report as well. So I guess our reports will be competing, I don't know. The first is how do people like report harassment to social media, right? Like what are the mechanisms, and like, you have all of these complex reporting flows, and it is kind of a form of like user advocacy, but on the terms of the platforms. And so I think like a lot of pressure needs to be put on them for actually making those channels meaningful, not traumatizing. And like making people feel like they have impact, making them feel like they have control, or granting them control on some level, as much as we can. And the other project is kind of recognizing that there's only so much that can be done there. How do we, how do we basically build up this coalition of federated platforms, like Mastodon, platforms that use like Activity Hub. So, we own those platforms ourselves. And so, a lot of questions about moderating our own spaces come up, because it turns out that while social media companies aren't doing especially a good job at it, especially trying to operate at such a global scale, they've had a decade plus to think about how to moderate their own platforms, when they have thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, and far more, so that as we as these sort of marginalized communities are starting to build up our own communities, through these self-owned or community-owned social media platforms, how do we learn those lessons of governance from these social media platforms, like the challenges, the mistakes, like the edge cases, and not make those same mistakes that social media platforms make, which, I mean, we already have kind of the benefit of positionality. Like we know, we actually can contend with things like power and like identity, and not try to have this idea of like a universal singular person that a platform is designed for, right? So basically, I'll start with the first project since it's coming out as a report soon. But basically, we've talked to a lot of like journalists, online content creators, activists, and folks online, especially those of with marginalized identities, and especially queer folks. And what were those experiences reporting? But very specifically, why were people not reporting? Because a lot of people just gave up. A lot of people just choose not to report to the platform. Like, what's the point? It increases your sense of being powerless. It in fact, in some ways, at one point, and this was actually before writing the report, I was interviewing somebody about why they weren't reporting and so on, and in some ways they described it as like basically being gaslit by the platform. If you report and the platform's like, no, that's not harassment, you're like, well, I mean, because how much feedback do you get, especially if you experience doubt, if you're isolated, if you don't have a community or a family or people who can affirm what you experienced was traumatizing and difficult. It sort of contributes to that feeling of disempowerment. And so how do we make it so that these reporting systems that are supposed to be remedies to the harms that we're experiencing online, how do we make it so that they actually can contribute and be part of those remedies rather than actually increasing the harm that people are experiencing? And so we talk a lot about, or we kind of learned a lot about what people want. Like, they want a way to be able to track and document the things that they report without having to do 5 different actions, right? I have to put it in a Google Doc. I have to also report it. I have to, you have to do all of these things. And the burden is just centered, all on us and people who are really, really targeted, to defend themselves, to tell the platform how harms are occurring, like how harms are happening to people. Because, a lot of these companies, like, they use these reports that they get as data, right? They use, in fact, I've heard people at social media platforms say things like, well, reports have gone down, so that must mean that the harassment has gone down. Right. And so obviously that's not true. And in fact, in many cases, it seems like the opposite is true, because the less that people trust a platform, the less likely they're going to try to tell the platform that something is happening to them. So in many ways, this is kind of within the platform user advocacy. I feel so cynical saying that, because it's like you're trusting the platform to take part in solving these problems when I guess there's only so much that you can expect them to do. But when thinking on the terms of the fact that people are organizing on these platforms, people are building community on major social media platforms because those are in many cases the most accessible, you kind of have to engage on their terms a little bit. And yeah, I don't feel great about that. But so what can we do to make it so that the data that's being generated from reports actually can on some level represent the issues that are happening? If you see a huge bump in trans hate online, is that actually reflected in these reports online? And then, yeah, on an individual level, are people seeing the harms to them being reduced? Or if they're reporting on behalf of other people, are they seeing any change within their community? And the answer is usually no. So essentially, we wanted to call out what companies actually can do to make these reporting processes more representative, less traumatizing, and so on, like I was saying. And then thinking about moving away from social media platforms, how do we build up infrastructure to make these community-owned platforms? And people normally talk about Mastodon, but it's basically there's Mastodon and then there's all of these other types of software, but it's part of the Fediverse or federated platforms. I don't know how familiar people are with that, but essentially, yeah, these sort of more localized social media platforms that can be owned by the community or the person leading the community that is actually on that platform. And so as more people have been giving federated independently owned platforms more of a chance, usually kind of leaving Twitter in masses. I know the Fediverse was a big option for people, but you saw a lot of issues. It turns out, the person who started that Mastodon was actually racist, or any number of issues of whether it's the Mastodon, I'm not sure I'll just say Mastodon for now, but the Mastodon server that you were on, it's maybe you didn't like the way that it was run, and so then you would hop to a different one. So you have this issue of moderating the entire federation of all of these instances. And so there's this broader community, issue of self-governance. Do we have a coalition of these social media servers that we own? And then how do we have a code of conduct among ourselves as these servers? And then you also have the issue of running a server of your own, right? You have to come up with your own social media policy, basically. You have to communicate to your community members, how are you going to report abuse to us? How do we make sure that once our platform that we own has 100,000 people, that we're doing right by people as well, especially when you have communities of especially vulnerable people coming together in solidarity. And so, yeah, how can we build that infrastructure ourselves to not make a lot of the mistakes that the social media platforms make and be resilient? So those are my two soapboxes right now.
Well, thank you so much. And I just wanted to validate your experience of being gaslit by the platforms. That's constantly what Jenny and I are coming up against, even as everyday users, and even when we're in the rooms with people who work at these platforms, which I think really shows a lot about how the internet and the real world are not separate. They're very symbiotic, and we've replicated a lot of these systems of inequality and oppression and marginalization on these platforms. So, in the same way that we are on the streets, it's we see that online too. So I just want to thank you again for your perspectives, and then I also want to pose a sort of similar question to Jenny. In your work, what are some ways that, again, on this conversation of what everyday users can do to help help us move towards safer online spaces. I don't know if you have any more thoughts about that question, Jenny.
Yeah, thank you. And yeah, Kat, thanks for that perspective. And it really is, there is a way that like, you know, well, one of our big focuses, and that I do like to talk a lot of, or, you know, really characterizes how we focus on particularly on high follower hate accounts, you know, that like a lot of what we're talking about, not that there's not plenty of just like garden variety homophobia of like random people being shitty, but like but particularly, you know, that there are big huge tons of big huge accounts that are just devoted to, you know, particularly here, you know, anti-LGBT hate, and like that's what they do, and they do it to make money, they do it for, you know, political consolidation, and such. Yes, libs of TikTok. Ugh. And I lost my train of thought. Oh, you know, and in terms of reporting, you know, it can feel so, well, so overwhelming that like, and obviously there is the sense that, and the sense that we have, and we do every year in our reports, is like, theoretically, the platforms have hate speech policies. Like YouTube, literally the first line of their hate speech policy is hate speech is not allowed on YouTube. And, you know, when you look at the reality of what is there, it's like, that is an absolute lie. Like, and, you know, there's a combination of that. They all write their policies. It's funny. It's like the longer the policy, the worse they are in enforcement, it seems, because it seems like there's all these kind of loopholes that they somehow manage to, you know, apply. Well, no, because of this, it's not violative. But so, you know, as you were saying, Kat, is like, you know, you're traumatized by the actual hate, and then you're traumatized again by the platform saying, no, it's fine. And yeah, the user you do go into this kind of giving up mode of like, really, what's the point? I'm just going to feel even worse, and I wasted my time. So, you know, nonetheless, and you know, we always say like the onus should not be on us. It should not be on the individual users to have to like be fighting back against this stuff in such a, you know, boots on the ground kind of way. Nonetheless, it is a thing that you can do to report things, and it is important. And it's funny now, I'm like, wait, Kat, you actually do have a focus in this kind of secondary trauma stuff, and so I'm sort of curious to hear if you have any observations on this. Although, what was the other thing I wanted to say? One of the things, let me just jump to like a related thing, as you were talking about kind of other you know, Mastodon or other smaller platforms, or like how can we self-govern and these kinds of things, and which is also super interesting to be here at a Wikipedia thing. Like, and you know, there is like looking at like what are models of being, you know, of systems for finding our, you know, our vision for the internet. And I was actually going to say, in our appendix, we have multiple references to Wikipedia, including the online hate speech section of Wikipedia. But you know, it's not like it's like an easy thing to solve. At the same time, you know, what we like to point out is, you know, the 5 major platforms are multi-billion-dollar companies, like, and they're like, you know, making billions and billions and billions of dollars off of all of this hate. And, you know, they need to shift their priorities around and protect their users instead of prioritizing their profits. I mean, you know, and then it's like, oh, it's not surprising. This is capitalism. But, you know, this is us fighting against capitalism. But yeah, I am actually curious, Kat, if you have any wisdom for us, including me, of you know, this kind of secondary trauma, or yeah, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I think, well, I guess there are so many like vectors for secondary trauma in this. And in fact, I've tried to start moving into using the term vicarious trauma. There are so many terms for this. But in a way, I don't know if this is a personal thing for me. Secondary trauma in many cases, to some people conveys that it's less than primary trauma, right? Like, oh, it's not the same as trauma. And so vicarious trauma, I think I use sometimes because it kind of conveys that it's through like kind of through witnessing or helping people with the traumatizing experiences that they're dealing with, you know, whether having to, and in fact, like, I think because, you know, viewing hate online, some people will frame as secondary trauma, but you are experiencing viewing that hate and having that being sent towards you. And so, yeah, so I feel like the conversation around trauma in these spaces is evolving, and difficult because, yeah, there are also so many different, there are different like kind of roles of people who have to experience trauma, right? Like you have the community organizers who are kind of taking in all of the kind of harms that of the people that they're trying to protect. And you have that concept of moral injury, which is kind of it. Actually, let's see if I can define it really well. But moral injury being kind of coming from feeling a sense of responsibility, but not being able to do anything about it, or being able to prevent the system that you're a part of from causing that harm to people. And so I think people who are building community in these spaces, who are trying to protect the folks in their community, and who are, you know, witnessing and reporting stuff, yeah, a lot of them are experiencing the secondary or vicarious trauma, and yeah, I don't think it's being taken as seriously because yeah, it's, you know, you're not being seen as like direct violence being done to you in like a physical sense.
Yeah, that's, I just want to jump in and say this other thing that one, and this is going to be in this year's report, is a focus on one of the big policy loopholes that platforms have is this public figure exception. So like Meta is like, for instance, around like misgendering, like there's a public figure exception. It's like you can misgender, you know, in like Elliot Page or Admiral Rachel Levine, or and their public figures are not protected. We did a poll earlier this year with Kairos, and one of the results was that, you know, folks are like, yeah, when I see a public figure being targeted with anti-LGBT hate or you know, racism or misogyny, I experience, you know, that as hate against me, you know, as part of my community. And clearly that is this vehicle, especially for these high follower hate accounts, is like, I'm going to attack, you know, Elliot Page as just like a mode of conveying my massive anti-trans hate. And I can just do that because that loophole exists. And yeah, you know, and again, these like crazy, there's all these loopholes that the platforms have in their policies. Jelani, I don't know if you have other observations on that.
Yeah, on the loopholes thing and the public figures, like it also works in a way where public figures can pretty much say what they want, and it's treated as newsworthy. And so that's how we in the US got situations where like Trump would tweet and or post on Facebook something that was, violent and caused people to, take action outside of like online and also offline. But those posts were left up because it was, XYZ newsworthy and, it was supposedly important for whatever. So those sort of loopholes also work in that way. And I think, I wanted to bring up something that GLAD and our dear friends at Ultraviolet have done too. Like, I think, we've talked a lot about the harms, and I think we should, continue to like educate and talk about those things that I think, was it last year with TikTok? GLAD and Ultraviolet had an amazing win against TikTok and got TikTok to ban misgendering and dead naming of trans people. And it's like that sort of pressure, like taking all the stuff that we talked about today and putting it into action, like having that knowledge and putting that pressure against some of these companies, like actually can work. And it's definitely a long game. But I just wanted to bring that up because I get reminded of it all the time, especially when I'm like, what do I do this work for? I get reminded of wins like that all the time. So I just wanted to bring that up and like, let people know in this space as well.
Another strategy that Jenny and I have found sometimes that is helpful is when we do see like one of the companies make a more like, a change that is more human rights respecting, we'll then point that out to the other companies, because that is another thing that they care about is what the other, competitors in their space are doing.
I'm looking at my little notes here, and we were going to talk about the kind of federated social media thing, but we already kind of dealt with that. Let's see, what do we have a little bit more time? Let's see. Well, in terms of I don't know if there's anything else with the kind of self-care or and
wins too.
What was that?
Any like recent wins?
That's funny, actually. To the point about the wins, that is in itself a form of self-care. I'm glad that you brought that up, Jelani. Because I also do, try to fall back on remembering these things in the midst of feeling like, God, it's like we're banging our head against a wall that, Kat, to your point, that it's like we experience this kind of trauma of the frustration of trying to get these companies to do things. And that TikTok win was a really big one. And I'm trying to, well, speaking of targeted misgendering and dead naming, then there are these big losses like Twitter removing protections or, removing that from their policy this year. Sorry, that was, now I'm traumatizing all of us. What are some wins? They're hard to remember. Oh, and
well, I did see that Stephen Crowder got another strike. I don't know if people know who some of these people are, but Posey Parker and Stephen Crowder are starting to get strikes on YouTube. So we're seeing some, and because in many ways some public figures are starting to call them out with this like pinpoint precision of like, okay, do you want us to very precisely tell you how what they did was hate speech? We're going to point out these specific words. Like I've been noticing that strategy a little bit more happening.
Yeah.
And I feel like there almost has to be this kind of education of how to like kind of work very cynically around this, like these codes of conduct of saying like, okay, if we're, doing this on your terms, here's how we have to prove it. So I've been seeing a bit of that as well.
We definitely, that's a good point. And we're very meticulous. Liana is amazing at like being like very concise and very, you know, and citing like, okay, here's your hate speech policy, exactly what it says. Here's the thing that this person said.
Timestamp.
And yeah, exactly. And I mean, we always feel like, you know, we report things and when we do have successes where action is taken, although we always I think it's really important to say this too from as a civil society organization that we you know, we point out things and say, look, this, you know, one of the worst ones of the last couple months was Candace Owens, the Daily Wire contributor who's so horrible, saying, if I had a transgender grandchild, I would beat them with a cane. And, you know, we're like, okay, this is violence on the basis of protected characteristic gender identity. Seems pretty clear. We reported that, you know, and we say like, you know, we advise that this content should be mitigated, you know, and recognize that like it really is up to them. I mean, obviously it's up to them. We have no, you know, control. But we also don't know, you know, other folks may be reporting things as well. So we never really know if when they take action, if it's as a result of our reporting, which is a good thing. You know, like I don't feel like it should be like, yeah, GLAAD reported it and they took it down and it was we made them take it down. You know, I think that the kind of, because of course the flip side of that is that we don't want these companies, you know, like Elon Musk last week with Turkey, you know, being like, yeah, Erdogan says take down the opposition access and that they're just going to do that. Like these, you know, we want them to be following human rights frameworks or guidelines that work for, you know, with for everyone. Anyway, sorry, long digression there. YouTube did actually take down that Candace Owens video. Speaking of wins. And, you know, but it's so crazy that like, you know, things have to be so extreme for them to act is what it feels like. That even those wins kind of point to this like and especially the wins point to the idea of like they totally can do this, they just choose not to. So
Yeah, and it feels like they, just to jump in on the last point you made, Jenny, around like they choose not to, it's because of their business model. Like the business model of these social media companies are to keep our attention at all times. And so if there are wild things happening on their platforms, they get our attention, they get to sell us more things, capture more of our data. And it is just something that there is no like incentive for them to do the right thing, really. And I think that this piece around, you know, how can we get just everyday people like my mom or my partner or my friends to know things like, yes, YouTube has strikes. The strike system is strange and it should be different, but like YouTube has things as strikes, and that means like there's an opening for us collectively, like to do some of this work together. And like on the self-care tip, it's like, you know, it's as an organizer, I kind of like always tell other organizers like tap out when you need to because somebody's always got you. And so like if we can do this collectively, tap out when we need to, take care of each other, and like have that knowledge around how these platforms even work, I think we can get more of those wins over time. But it is like not in the company's self-interest to do anything for us, which is important to know too.
Yeah, and actually, you know, bringing it all the way back around to Wikipedia, like you're saying with this business model, it's interesting seeing like Wikipedia is one of the few like kind of major platforms in a sense, having this kind of alternative model, and like that makes it in many ways more resilient against, like, you know, seeing with Twitter and Elon Musk and potentially the sort of social contagion of CEOs of other companies looking at what, you know, Elon Musk did with rolling back policies and saying like, oh, is this something that we could feasibly do? Kind of the opposite effect of like the Alex Jones thing, or, you know, where if one person took them down, then the other companies would. You know, yeah, are we seeing this going back in the other direction? And you know, what role does Wikipedia have, for example? You know, like what role does it have in modeling these kind of alternative forms of, like, yeah, I guess like models of, I guess, well, business models, but also just of governance in general. And then also I'm thinking about the role of Wikipedia in that knowledge kind of production, I suppose. When looking up all of this stuff, it's buried in blog posts and random archives. A lot of the knowledge of how, yeah, like these strike systems work and so on is just so obscure at this point. And, you know, maybe that, I feel like in a sense, maybe this is a call to action of we should be documenting the, like, how do these systems work more? And, you know, we can have these citations because they are in these blogs. They're just very hard to find. Like, they are, you know, often announced by the company. Sometimes you have to dive into the Internet Archive. But maybe we should be more systematically documenting, like, okay, reporting systems on Facebook, reporting systems on, you know, YouTube as of, you know, 2012, or, you know, like, maybe these are things that we should be more explicit even in producing as knowledge on Wikipedia, because we can't trust social media platforms to centralize that knowledge, especially across platforms. So where can that knowledge be centralized in a place that is very public, that is kind of an institution? And yeah, maybe Wikipedia is where more of that should be happening.
That's a great idea. Another, what is it? Edit-a-thon? I actually use Wikipedia a bunch for keeping track of the endless horrible things of libs of TikTok and gays against groomers, like the Wikipedia pages for them, because it's like, you know, how many zillions of times have they been suspended? And, you know, it's like all of the other tech companies that have like dropped service to them. Anyway, yes. And so Wikipedia's endless source of assistance. What did you say there, Owen?
I said that we definitely need to be better at handling abuse amongst editors. So, you know, the editors just being shitty to each other, which happens a lot, and drive-by queerphobic vandalism. It's a hard problem to solve at the moment, partly because the foundation works on a principle of subsidiarity. So each community is supposed to be self-governing. But of course, communities are very heavily skewed to cishet white dudes in the Anglophone global north. So you can imagine how well that works. But the user group's working directly with the Foundation's Vice President of Community Resilience and Sustainability on those things. So we'll get there, but that too is something measured in years, not weeks or months.
Yeah, and I actually, well, one, I think that's wonderful that you acknowledge and are proactive about it in ways that platforms are not, because of fear of like negative press, you know, and so on. You know, companies try to hide that stuff instead. But I also forgot that I really wanted to point out that cross-language knowledge around this, especially because so many of the resources, like that knowledge, is very English language, like very strongly English language, especially when social media companies, like, not only have they, like, you know, in Kenya, we'll have 3 moderators who will, you know, like, there's so many signs that there's so few resources in terms of language, in like these community policies, or like, you know, community guidelines for platforms. The word harassment is often incorrectly translated, like the word harassment itself, right? So I think, yeah, there is also that opportunity there of, you know, where social media companies aren't even paying attention to this cross-language efforts. Like Wikipedia, I think, has a much greater strength there, and I think much more of a community that can support that. you know, for advocacy and spreading that knowledge for this whole social media ecosystem.
That's one of the main recommendations of the Social Media Safety Index over the last 3 years, that, you know, that they need to be moderating across languages and regions, and yeah, the Burma and the Rohingya and yeah, we've had meetings with some of the companies and they say, you know, with a straight face, like, you know, show us the real world harms. And, you know, it's just like, really, you didn't read about Myanmar? Like, yeah. Let's see. Oh my gosh, we have 2 minutes left. Any final brilliant thoughts from any of you? Jelani, any words of wisdom? What that you dream
Words
about?
of wisdom.
What was that?
You're my words of wisdom.
Yeah.
I mean, I do dream about a day where tech works for us all, and that is the work that all of us on this panel are doing and the folks in this room care about. And what are my words of wisdom? I think it's what I said before, like, take care of yourselves, to take care of each other, and like get involved with groups like Kairos and GLAD and other groups that are doing the work, doing the research. I don't know. What about you, Kat?
Gosh, well, I think I don't know. I guess maybe because it's a Wikipedia event, I'm thinking like, yeah, it turns out sort of community-built knowledge production is really important, especially when kind of coming up against these like huge corporate faceless entities. You know, and we actually have many faces, right? And we're like explicit about it, right? Like we don't try to like, well, I'm literally saying it in a monolithic way, but I think that there's a lot more opportunity there for centering like a community rather than a company. And I would love to see more events like this. I think this is great. So yeah, I want to see more queering Wikipedia type, you know, gatherings and things like that. And thank you for making this happen. Yeah.
I love that, Kat. And let's see, if I may, the last thing, one of our things in the new Social Media Safety Index, we have a section, yeah, about kind of how we take care of ourselves and using the fabulous, you know, we keep us safe slogan. And yeah, that sense of how we can be there for each other and create the internet, that whatever, hanging on to that vision is an important one in the face of the world that we live in, that we do live in. And yeah, Wikipedia is continually inspiring, and and Owen especially, you know, thank you for making this happen. And yeah, thanks everyone for being here. And go, you know, check out Kairos and GLAD and Meedan, MEEDAN, and yay for queering Wikipedia. Shall we? Owen, do you have a final wrap up?
I thank you. And I will very much make clear that there are several other people been involved. I don't know how to remove them. There we go. Thank you, whoever just did that. There are several other people involved. I very much could not do this without, like, there's what, about a dozen of us, Vic? And so thank you very much for coming and sharing your thoughts with us. I've particularly enjoyed that we've had a keynote on each of our 3 days that's not been directly about Wikipedia, to make us think a little more widely, as well as having, you know, 5 hours or so of sessions that are much narrower focused. Z, I think you're on the call now. So did you want to give some closing words for the conference itself?
Not sure if I have like very precise closing words. I have some sentiments around closure. This was a really long stretch of a project. I think we were originally as a LGBT user group discussing it in 2019, just before pandemic, as a project that is supposed to happen as a regular conference in Linz in Austria. And of course, pandemic happened. And then we had to scale back to figure out what can be done online. And we had our first attempt in 2001 with kind of working days, in 2002 with meeting, and this is the actual conference format attempt. And I think we've broke some norms in terms of conference making, both in the length of preparation, but also in formats like Wikimedia is still figuring out as an environment, as a community, what makes sense to do in this changing world. I'm happy that we experimented with so many things and not all of them worked out, of course, but the fact that we pushed the boundaries made me feel better about this long stretch we had to wait to deliver the conference. One of the probably bigger successes is the fact that we managed to do a fully bilingual conference, and that few other were also contributing and listening in other languages, aside from Spanish and English. And we managed to diversify both the team and the content more than it was originally planned in 2019. And that is also a kind of success for our aspirations to be diversifying Wikipedia, with ourselves not being super diverse at the very start. And I don't know what else to say. I'm sad that not in this decentering of English, I also decentered my own region. So there was like 0 content from Southeast Europe, not many participants, and there is much work to be done. But yeah, this is why we hope to do next, and maybe test some other formats and some other ways of doing things. One of the major successes was actually, and it came fairly late, but we managed to scale up team to be much more balanced in terms of Spanish speakers and non-Spanish speakers, and people who center around English and non-English projects. And yeah, in that respect, we've done, I think, a little bit of a groundwork maybe for Wikimedia in terms of organizing nodes and then putting extra efforts.
I think so. There's a lot that we've achieved in this conference that hasn't been done in the movement before. And so, yeah, while I am very much not looking forward to the work of writing the report, I think the report will be very useful for more widely in the movement.
Yes, true. But we would welcome your feedback. We'll probably be sending form to hear of your impressions and your ideas of what could be done next. And how, and if you maybe want to commit to developing something in the future with us or whoever takes over the next cycle of organizing or next type of project. Yeah. So that would be, I guess, all from me. I would love to thank to the whole team who was kind of having to learn both how to do conferences, how to communicate together, and how to also create content in the same time. It was very, very intense. And yeah, this kind of cross-cultural translocal work we've taken for granted in pandemics as something that needs to be done, but we were not prepared, and there is much still to advance to make this more slick. And especially to colleagues in South America who consolidated fast at the basically last 2 months to manage to create this balance of within the team.
Yeah,
I've spoke too much. I've given you time, Owen, to think of something.
Oh, I had my COVID booster on Monday evening. I can barely think at all.
But maybe we can invite the week to say something about their impressions.
Yeah, I think we're just closing up. Well, thank you very much for this. It was, I mean, I keep on getting messages from the South America region, the Wikimedia movement, saying, "Oh, wow, this is great. This is like putting the debate like much higher than it was, and making us think a lot of things and all that." So I find it like we will see the results and consequences of these debates like in the next month, and it seems that it's going to be really fun. I'm happy we are doing this. So thank you very much for inviting me to this conference and this commitment with you.
And before we go, Dorothy can tell about the user group announcement. And Natasha, do you want to say a word about Wiki Loves Pride?
Hi, everyone. I just wanted to make the announcement that we're having a user group meeting for Wikimedia LGBT this month in about 2 weeks, a little bit less. It's on the 30th of May at 5 p.m. UTC, which is 10 in the morning Pacific time. And all the information is published on the Wikimedia LGBT page on Meta, and we'll be promoting the information for that more. And it would be great to follow up with people. We're going to have some time in the meeting that people can sort of reflect on their experience here and sort of develop some action-oriented items. Thank you.
And Natasha.
Yes, so in June, just after the meeting, the user group meeting, we are starting Wiki Loves Pride 23 for 6 months, and I hope that we will all contribute to queer and LGBT history on all our various sister and brother projects. And if you have ideas of a project, please put it up on Meta, and we'll work out something with Owen for the finance once he's recovered from this query Wikipedia stuff.
Ask me next weekend.
Yeah.
Cool. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining us. I'm going to like press the button to end the call in a second, so you can all go like home and stuff.
Bye bye. Bye to all of you.
Thank you very much, everyone, for joining us. Have a good evening or day or whichever.
Adiós.